Welcome back to the Fence LLGs. How are you doing? Welcome back. My name is Chris. I am your host today, and as some of you have already pointed out, we have a new name by accident. But I'll explain that in just a moment. For those of you guys who don't know me, again, my name is Chris. I am a certified peer specialist, and I am here to provide you a place to share your story and be part of ours. We got a good show for you today. We got a new question of the day. As always, every time that we're live, there's a new question of the day. So come back on by, see what all the buzz is about. Today, I am asking everybody that if you could do, or sorry, not if you could do, well, that would be a good question too. But if you could be anything, what would it be and why? What could you do then that you can't now if you were that thing? Let us know in the chat. We'll talk about that today. If you're thinking, well, Vance, that question leaves a lot for interpretation. It does. Have fun with it. I'm looking forward to all the creative responses today. Just a quick disclaimer before we go forward. Given the nature of the channel and the content, we do a lot of mental health advocacy, and as such, we focus on facilitating a conversation between individuals to talk about whatever that's on their mind. This is a safe space. Everybody's respectful of one another, and I encourage every one of you who may be facing a challenge to share that with us today. I'm more than happy to talk with you about it. Our individuals and friends and family members here in the Fence will be more than happy to talk with you through it and support you through it as well. So please feel free to share, and don't worry about judgment. This is a judgment-free zone. That being said, sometimes the conversation can get a little bit heavy. Sometimes some of us are going through some really difficult things. So if you find yourself to be in an uncomfortable position, maybe the conversation gets a bit too heavy, please feel free to take a break, step away from the chat for a while, and sort of regain your bearings. Do what you need to do to take care of yourself, okay? And if you are experiencing a mental health crisis, you're having a really difficult time right now that maybe we're not able to support you through, please reach out. Don't suffer in silence. You matter. The last thing I would want is for anything bad to happen to you or for you to feel like you're alone. The whole point of this place is to remind all of us that we're never alone. But if there's something that you need support with, such as a mental health crisis, please use the resources that are down below the video player or in the About section of the channel. The resources there will link you up with hotlines, suicide prevention hotlines, warm lines that you can talk to people about before you reach crisis, as well as text-based chat lines, gamer-centric chat lines, all of which provides you mental health support, which is awesome. There's a lot of options there, so definitely check them out. All that being said, though, I am happy to be here today. I guess the elephant in the room is the name change. What happened? We went from Fence TV to Fence Child. It's like we went halfway back in time, but not all the way. We're like somewhere in the middle between then and now. For those of you who don't know, my original channel name was Fence Child LLG. Back when we were getting the limited liability gamers started, which is what LLG stands for. And then somewhere along the road, I switched up to Fence TV because I figured the platform, the streaming platform, would be like our content, right? And the TV would sort of signify that this is our entertainment content. But as we went through that, I sort of tried different ideas. I wanted to make this more of the entertainment side of things and then maybe do more of the support on the Discord side. But what I found is that like I can't really get away from the support side on the channel, not because I'm pigeonholed into it, but because I just love doing it. I do it without thinking about it. We'll be playing games and I'll just stop them all the time just to talk about what's going on with y'all, because that's what matters to me. So I've actually been thinking about, changing my name for a little while and doing a little bit of rebranding and stuff, but I didn't plan on doing it yet. Yes, I was going to come back to Fence Child. One, it's more personal because that's more of an identifier for me, and it's not going to confuse anybody on what the content's about. But then also, I just didn't plan on doing it yet. That name hadn't been available for a long time. Every time I've checked it, it's been unavailable. And I went and checked it last night, and I accidentally just typed it in and hit. I thought I was checking it, but I actually changed my name over to it. So that's what happened. If anybody is experiencing like broken links or something like that, like maybe you're used to clicking on a social media link or something that's not working, it's not taking you to the channel, please let me know. I'll get those updated. I think that I updated them all last night, but in case I missed something, I definitely want to get that fixed up. So do me a favor and help me out, my friends. All right, let's see who is hanging out with us today. We got Mashi helping support the fence alongside Jenny. What's going on, guys? Thanks for keeping the fence standing tall. Matt, what's going on, buddy? Watching 2 streams, doing the multitask thing right now. What a champ. What a champ. Thanks for allowing us to be one of them, my friend. And welcome back. Anubis, what's going on? Fence is a kid again, he says. But without the LLG this time. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, we kind of hit somewhere in the middle, didn't we? Welcome on back. Lucy, welcome back. Ash, welcome back. Reggie, welcome back. Good to see y'all today. Hope y'all been having a good week. I haven't got to see y'all since, the weekend before last. I mean, I've been here in rerun form, right? But I haven't been here. And I've missed you. It's been too long. Oh no. You don't know if you want to make a serious reply or a silly reply to the question of the day, Reggie? I get that. I understand that. That's one of the funs today. Oh man, wait a sec. No LLG equals no limitation. Equals no limitation? There were never limits on us. Let's be real. You're fully liable for that accident. I am. Damn it. Damn it. Because I'm no longer an LLG, apparently. I'm glad Anubis gets the business reference there. I felt like that one would have gone over a lot of folks' heads. Reggie got free food today because the lady thought me and my coworker were on a lunch break date. Really? That's cool. You got cute points going for you that gave you free food. That's pretty awesome. Who was the lady in this story? Yeah, Ashers, what are you gonna do for dinner tonight? So how's your taste and smell, by the way? I know that you got sick, you got down with the sickness. You got the COVID over there. I'm glad that you're hanging in there, by the way, and you're pushing through it. But I know that loss of taste and smell, man, that sucks. That was like the least fun thing for me. Well, the second least fun thing. The fatigue was probably the least fun thing for me when I got sick with COVID. But the taste and smell thing suck, because I love food. I love consuming all the things. And I think my love for consuming things went down during that time. You see one small problem with the name, it's not capitalized. Is it not? I think that's something I can still adjust in post. One thing I'd realized, and this is why this was such a big deal to me when I did it, I was like, oh no, was that I can't change my name for another 2 months. Now, I think I can still customize the capitalization for it. Which, there, now I did it. Now that should actually go through. Hello. It didn't work, at least not on my end. Maybe it takes a minute to update. I don't know, fam. Reggie, I do absolutely want to hear what happened today. Tell us all about it. Not just me. I'm not the only one who wants to hear. I think we all want to hear. Yeah, muscle memory definitely screwed me up, Anubis. Went back to like 2018. Was it really that recent that change happened? Guys, I feel like we have been together for far longer than we have. I keep thinking that it's been like 8 years, but it hasn't. It's been like 7. Actually, this month will have made our 7th year. If I remember right, I think it was November of 2014 that I started the channel. Maybe that's when I started streaming. Maybe I started this channel a little bit later. Forget, but it wasn't too far removed from that. Your coworker and y'all were blushing in unison. That's funny. I mean, that's an awkward situation to be in too, right? Like if you're not dating and someone assumes that, you have to be like, oh no, we're not, you know. Or you recognize that the free food's coming, so you're like, absolutely we are. And you're like looking at each other, you know? You get what we're doing, right? You know this is for the food, right? Don't be offended by that, please. I'm glad the buffering finally stopped for you, Ash. The F is big? Oh, good. Good. It wasn't big on my end. I'm glad to see that it's big on your end. Don't worry about the wall, Lucy. It's A-okay. Y'all know. Y'all know. It is absolutely encouraged for you guys to share what you want, how you want, as long as it's respectful. Please. Post the walls of text if you got stories to share with us. That's the whole point. Lucy says, I'm doing pretty good. Got my new 5600X yesterday. Oh, new processor. All right. Installed it in the motherboard I ordered and faced an issue I've not seen before. Really? A new issue for Lucy. Lucy's like the tech guru over here, so let's read on. Said the board functioned, but was refusing to give access to the BIOS. Oh, that's a problem. With currently inserted CPU, that being the 5600X, right. So 4 hours later, I give up after trying genuinely everything and just ordered a new motherboard. Get a B550M Pro 4, okay. And I'm just waiting for it to come in now so I can have a properly functional system. That sucks. Oh, I feel you though, Lucy. Like, so I'm glad that you ended up like finding your solution, even though it ended up being more of a money sink. Like that part is a bummer, but hopefully when that board comes in, you won't have any more issues since that's gonna be a compatible board. But I remember when I got my new Ryzen processor, I bought a new board with it, thinking that it was gonna be compatible, and it was, but it wasn't compatible out of the box. And this was such an issue for me because I had to get a flash of an updated BIOS that made it compatible, like that made the motherboard compatible with my new processor. And I couldn't do that with my PC because I had ripped it apart. I couldn't do it with our laptops that we had because the only laptops that we have in the house are Macs, and you can't make a proper Windows installation for flashing a motherboard with a Mac. And so I actually ended up having to go to Jen's dad's house to create an install media disk. Well, media thumb drive, whatever. That I could bring back because he had a Windows PC that allowed me to do that. And then I was able to flash the board. Oh wait, no, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. I did have to do that, but there was another step that I forgot. If I'm getting real nerdy with you guys, it's bear with me, okay? I know we're talking about tech stuff here and it's not for everybody, but this sucked, okay? I had to buy another processor. That's right, that was compatible with that board so that I could even boot the dang thing up and start the BIOS up so that I could then flash it. And so I had to spend more money, get a crummy processor to turn the dang thing on, open up the BIOS, use the media installation that I had made at Jen's dad's house, update the BIOS, take the old chip out, put the one that I'm actually using in, and then I had to return the processor that I bought just to access my BIOS with. It was a whole thing. It took forever. I do not recommend going that route. So, what is the point of this? make sure all your stuff's compatible. Like double, triple, quadruple check that all the parts you're ordering are going to be perfectly compatible with each other before you buy them. Otherwise, you're gonna have some headache. This is not directed towards Lucy, by the way. This is for everybody. You can learn from our experiences here. Oh, man. Again, though, I'm really glad that you ended up getting that sorted out, Lucy. CJ and Haraxment, what's going on, my friends? Welcome back. Happy Thursday? Wow, I am in a different time. Happy Tuesday to y'all. I've been doing so many things over this last week. I'm a little bit frazzled brain-wise, my friends. You have to bear with me today. You have to bear with me. And someone send Wi-Fi help to Ash. Experiencing internet shortages over there. I remember Final Fantasy 15, says Jenny. We did a whole anime and the movie beforehand. That was awesome. That was awesome. And now, Kingsglaive's on Netflix. Those of y'all who don't know, Kingsglaive's the Final Fantasy movie that we watched, along with Final Fantasy 15. That was a good time. Was that in 2018? It was, wasn't it? Oh my goodness. June 2015, specifically. Wait, Jenny, where did you pull that info up at? Oh, that's when you followed here, and that's when we got to know each other. Ah, gotcha. I thought you were looking up when the channel started. Reggie's first memory of the channel was watching himself die before the events of Final Fantasy 15. That's right, because you're King Regis. That's why Final Fantasy 15 came up. Oh man. Yeah, Zenith didn't have Legend as his name. He was Magic Zenith, which I mistakenly typed in a few weeks back trying to raid him. That confused me. Legend of Zenith is a much cooler name though. Anubis said, for what it's worth, Vince, I narrowly dodged that exact situation. I did shopping around and found a retailer that had an offer. We'll make sure this board is on the latest BIOS before we ship it. Yeah. Sure you will. Yeah, I was like always so wary of that stuff now, ever since that happened, because like this board was like 3 years old. So at this point, it should have been like they should have all been updated before they were sent out. But I'm assuming that the seller just like had bought a bunch of them up and just had them sitting on shelves for years and ended up selling it without opening it up and, you know, updating it and stuff like that. I actually don't know what that process looks like from a seller's perspective. But yeah, they didn't give me any guarantee that it was going to be updated though. So at least you got that, Anubis. And if it wasn't, then you could be like, hey, you gotta fix this for me. Although at that point, I don't know what they're gonna do, right? Like it's, you're gonna have to kind of go through the similar process of like shipping and getting like a return and go through an RMA and stuff like that. Pain in the butt. Yeah, Reggie, go get on it, man. You can have all that King Deathy nostalgia. It's right there for you. Do it. Press the button. Something actually happens when you press the button now. I got a new bot. I should mention that. I'm working on setting up a new bot. I know. Again? Well, I got to at this point. So I'm sure that some of y'all, if you pay attention to streamer Twitter, or you've got any content creator friends who've been talking about it, you probably heard about the whole Streamlabs situation. It's really dumb. Basically, Streamlabs got outed by OBS, who came out and was like, so we've been trying to keep this like professional and under the radar for a long time and keep it private. But we told Streamlabs not to use our name in their streaming software that they used based on our source code, which OBS is open source, right? So that's not a problem. But they tweeted out being like, we asked Streamlabs not to use our name in their product, and they went ahead and trademarked it in response, basically. So they trademarked Streamlabs OBS. OBS said that wasn't cool. They didn't give them like their graces for that. And then they posted about it on Twitter and everyone freaked out. And since then, a bunch of other things have kind of come out about like different practices that Streamlabs has done that have been like legal, but are like walking that line of ethical, where they like copycat several products. Like the whole thing came out where the Lightstream software that allows you to like stream from your consoles and stuff like that, and still get like overlays and alerts and things like that, even without a streaming PC. Streamlabs copied that and then posted their website live. They made an apology for it and everything, said this was a mistake, but when that page went live, it was like a copy paste exactly of the Lightstream page, like almost word for word. The layout was identical, just the windows were moved a little bit, but the wording and the titles and everything were the same, right down to the reviews of the product at the bottom. They were just literally like stolen from Lightstream's website and put on OBS Studio, I think is what it was called. So that happened. Yeah, there was a couple other things that I'm forgetting now off the top of my head. I mean, I've been using them for a while, right? Most of us, I think, that stream or make content like tend to use, like if we're using Streamlabs alerts and stuff like that, then we tend to use some of their products. But I mean, I've been using their stuff since they were called Stream Alerts, before Streamlabs became a thing, which started happening after they started providing more services, which just looked like acquisitions or partnerships, which I think is what everyone thought Streamlabs OBS was a partnership with OBS, but it wasn't. Ah, shit, it scared the hell out of me. Jesus, you're blowing me up with Danny DeVito. I'm also gonna do a thing, speaking of the button, where I'm gonna track how many presses we get of the button. We've got about, I think we have 6 of them now. But I'm gonna do something with that. I'm not telling you guys about just yet, but there will be a point to this whole button business eventually. But yeah, anyway, long story short, I'm not thrilled with the way that Streamlabs runs their business. I think they're being kind of shady about stuff and a little bit underhanded. And maybe they're not. Maybe they are just being careless. Either way, I don't like it. And learning about it, like, it doesn't make me want to support it anymore. So I'm in the process of moving things around. I'm gonna do so. I've done this several times, as some of you older viewers know. So I've learned how to make this process smoother from your guys' perspective. So my hope is that when things get changed over, you notice little to nothing has changed on your user experience. The only thing that I think will change is that the current bot, the Streamlabs chat bot, tracks hours. And that I can't figure out how to transfer that over to any other bot, because I think it's specific to the bot, which is really lame. So that wouldn't be able to transfer over. Currency transfers over. Commands like follow age will transfer over, so that will still be intact. All of my commands are going to move over. They will just, on my end, be executed differently. But with all that in mind, I've been doing research and I found new bots and stuff like that, and we're actually going to have a lot more fun tools and things that you'll be able to do. So you're actually going to gain things that will allow you to interact with the stream further that you didn't have before. So that's going to be really exciting. So, you know, I'll update you guys as things go on. I don't want to overwhelm you with too many new things all at once, so I'll probably do a thing where it's like one stream I'll introduce like 1 or 2 new things that you have to play with. So give some chance to play with it and see how it works, and you know, sort of demonstrate the use of it, and then you know, we'll have another stream, and then that stream I'll talk about something new that is going on. We'll roll it out little by little. Streamlabs really pulled a 4-year-old's move and did something they were told not to. Yeah, dude, isn't that wild? Isn't that wild? FenSpot 3.0. I think he's still gonna be super FenSpot. He's gonna be super FenSpot. Remember when he was FenSpot 9000? Or FenSpot 9001? That was fun. Those were good times. Yeah, copycat Streamlabs. What the heck, man? 6 today, 5 of them for me. Mine don't count. Mine were testing buttons, okay? But so my goal is to get us some more channel point rewards that do stuff on the stream when you click them, not just like do stuff in the chat. Like it'll pop up on the screen and things will happen. So you know, it's cool. Also, I don't know, is this still live? Here, check this out. I just want to show you what you can do with this bot. Everybody click on their channel points button. You see that one that says camera toggle? Click on that. Check that out. If it didn't look like it could work, try again. I just realized I had that paused. There you go. Out of stock? Okay, weird. Clearly, I still have some things to test with here. Oh, I know why. Hold on. I got it. What I needed to do was set this. All right, now do it. This one could get a little ridiculous too, so I will be changing it down the line. But I wanted to leave it up to demonstrate like how this thing could work. Oh wait. Still says out of stock? Now that shouldn't be. There it goes. Where'd I go? You killed me. Why would you do that? Jenny, bring me back. Chat, help. I'm lost to the darkness. I guess this is my life now. I'm just gonna hang out here in the void. There I am. Thank you. Mashi, you're the MVP, buddy. Really came in clutch there. So this bot can actually let us change and play with all kinds of stuff on my computer. With my permission, of course, but it's really I don't think it's actually that extensive. I think it's just like with OBS and Twitch and stuff like that. But it can manipulate scenes and things like that, which is really cool. So I'm excited about this because there's a whole lot of like creative possibilities that can come from it. So yeah, it'll be fun. Don't leave me there for 10 years. Mickey forgot me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I wouldn't just hang out there for 10 years, by the way. All right? I would get on up out of there. I keep my Danny DeVito Kaboom button. That one stays. The button still does the thing. I hadn't decided if I was going to keep it as Danny DeVito, but I kind of like Danny DeVito. He's good, man. Guess you could say chat became Shadowbringers. Oh, that's a good one. Bring in the shadows, man. Making me lost to them. Actually, before I forget about this, I should... No! Why have you done this? Now Reggie killed me. Thank you, Jenny. This is madness. Yeah, there's gonna be lots of fun things that they're gonna start popping up here. So I'm excited. I thought it was really cool that we could tie so many of these commands to like Twitch's API with channel rewards and stuff like that. It's pretty amazing. This is what chat's gonna become. It's gonna be a madhouse, buddy. It's Mashi. It's not gonna stick around. Like I said, it's just for demonstrative purposes. That one is one that would absolutely interrupt a lot of the stuff that we end up doing on the channel. So I don't think that I will leave that one as is. In fact, I know I won't. I just realized that my go live notification put on blast that we were doing a rerun. So I bet there's a lot of folks that are just gonna be like, nothing's happening today. Oh boy. See what happens, everybody. I go away for a week and I forget how to do everything. That's how it goes, right? There we go. You could do it 34,000 times. Yes, you could. Actually, you know what? I bet there's a way where we can make that the channel point reward log something to a text file, which would be incredible. Yeah, because 1 point, you're just gonna toggle me 34,000 times. You know how rude that would be? You know how absolutely rude that would be? Hold on, I want to see something. Because I bet this could also type something into a file. Write to file. Oh, sweet. That is awesome. Okay, so check it out. We can actually make a tracker for this. I wonder, hold on, I'm gonna try to do something real quick. I'm gonna have to move you all over to my other screen. And this might be weird. Hold on, this might get weird. You ready for it to get weird? I'm gonna try and do the whole dang display capture there. There we are. So if open this guy up. I actually need to move y'all here. And we make this like let's see, button presses. Actually, I need to name it button press. So we're just gonna do 2. No. 6, 7. How many did I say that we hit? I think it was 6. And then I'm just gonna save that to my desktop for now. And we take this and we write to that. Let's see. We've got variables here. This is what this stream is becoming today, apparently. Getting a little insight into my life. Be worth the salt storm. Wait, what would be worth the salt storm? A huge salt storm. We can't. A 1? That salt storm would never end. Holy smokes. I love how this is just like over my face here. I need a source for this, or a scene for this. Okay, CJ's answered the question of the day, saying, not a surprising answer, but if I were rich, that would definitely open up a lot for me. But that's more a possession? Oh, so if you were rich, I mean, that is a possession. You could be rich though, right? What would that open up for you? If you had a surplus of wealth, CJ, what would you do with it? Good answer to the QOD, by the way. So we want this to, what the hell do we want this to write? We want it to add, right? And you know what? If we've got, here it is. These are variables. If we wanted to add a counter, running total of how many times a command's been run since the application launched. That's since the application launched, though. Run by this chat user. That's not what we want. Gotta be other counters, right? Sub counter, variables, blah, 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 blah. There are 4 instances. Okay, see, there's 2 of them. How many times reward has been redeemed? There we go. And it's just counter? Like we don't have to type in anything else in front of it? Let's double check that. All right. And we actually might have to. We might have to use the percentage in front of it, because I think that's what a lot of them. Yep, to use a variable bookend, the variable name with a % symbol on either end. Gotcha. So, with that in mind, we come up here, and I guess it does. It says it right here too. Look at that. I'm so dumb. Oh my gosh. Okay. Right there. And okay, so if it says 6, right, I am going to do 1. Let's see what happens. Oh, I can't for some reason. Can somebody do me a solid? Whoever has a surplus of points here, press the button. Do it. You know you want to. There it went. Okay. That went off. It does not. Wait, it's been modified by another program. Okay. Yes. Now it says 8. Why does it say 8? Did it go up by 2? That's weird. The chat went boom. Everything went boom, man. All right, I don't want everybody to waste all their points. Oh, maybe it did also count mine. It might have increment as 2 as a default value. Hold on, I want to do something here. If I could put this on this scene. We kill that, and we'll do this. Move it down. There we go, because that was bugging me. What's happening? There we go. Maybe it was. Maybe the default counter value is 2. It shouldn't be, though. You think it would say something. Here we go. So and it does say since application launch, if persisted is checked, the total will be saved to settings data in red and launch. So I don't see anything to be persistent. We need to test this in another way. What we should do is, I'll probably have to test this a little bit later, because I'll take up all my time doing this today. But we can have it count. The whole point is that we can have it count our button presses, which will totally get something really cool in the works for us here. I think that should be 7 now, so it's going to be. I'm saving that as is. Okay. All right. Let's pop back on over. Thank y'all for indulging me in fun stuff. Hey, wait just a minute. What's going on with our chat? Oh no. Wow. So I didn't do that one. I don't know what happened with that. Oh, maybe I did do it. And chat broke because silly name change. Oh my gosh. That's gotta be it. All right, let me re-log into the every dang thing. Wait, no. Cancel. Clicked the wrong button. All right, sorry. I'm gonna get to your question of the day responses now. So CJ earlier had said that they'd start up a developer studio for sure, pay off parents' debts, and also use the development studio to run programs where we bring students in to experience what different fields of work in a dev studio is like. Try and help inspire creative minds. That's awesome. Is it like, so the dev studio, do you mean like a gamer dev studio? Because that would be super cool, like to learn how to make games and stuff like that. Awesome. Jenny answered the question of the day saying, I am already precisely who I want to be. Love that. Love to hear it. CJ also wants to bring all those ideas in my head out into reality. I think a development studio would allow you to do that, man. That'd be awesome. Prince! What's up, dude? Welcome back, man. Good to see you tonight. Reggie answered the question of the day saying, I would want to be a Boo from Mario, so I can channel my inner ghostness in a round, compact form. And if someone calls me cute, I can just turn invisible and nope out of there. That would be great. I tell you, I wish that I could do that. You remember the last stream that we had and that person came in? They were like, I would date you. I wish I could have just like faded out. Why? Why you say that to me? I don't know who they're messing with. Jin was ready to throw down, man. I'll tell you what. I'd have let her too. Just kidding. Violence is not the answer, everybody. Oh, man. You guys egg me on to push the button? Like Danny DeVito offers eggs in trying times? There we go, our chat's back. All right, awesome. Bowser's and Boo's laughs in Mario 64 are the same sound file, just sped up or slowed down. Oh, you know what? I think I knew that, actually. It's still pretty cool. It was like it's so slowed down for Bowser's though. So they just sped it up. That's hilarious. I'm trying to think about like the logistics of that, and they would have had to, if they started with Bowser's laugh, you know, the like they would have had to sped it up by like 1600% for Boo's laugh. Oh my, I did miss your question of the day. I scrolled up, I found it now. Mashi said, in response to the question of the day, which by the way, if you're just coming in, check it out. Upper right-hand corner of the screen, we got the question of the day, and we can put it for you in the chat with exclaim QOD. There's a new question every day that we're live. And today we're asking everybody, if you could be anything, what would it be and why? And what could you do then that you can't now? Let us know your thoughts in the chat. Mashi says, obviously a Sith. You'd obviously be a Sith, simply because I love the dark side. And well, I could use the Force, obviously, to do things I can't do now, which I can't even name. Dude, what? You like grab stuff from the other end of the room. You no longer have to get up to grab the remote. You could, I was trying to mention, you're trying to like use the Force to get a snack from the kitchen. And you just like, and it like pulls it through the wall. Your parents would be pissed. You'd be doing so much property damage. Or at least I'd be doing so much property damage. I should never have the power of the Force. I feel like I'd just get into trouble. All the time. Thanks for sharing your response. Jin was a woman scorned. Wait, she was a woman scorned like hell hath no. You confuse my brain, man. Sped up like 200% at least. That, yeah, it's like at least. I feel like it's more than twice as fast. Oh, 200% would be 4 times as fast, right? Because 100% more would be twice as fast. 200% would be double that. Can I give multiple answers? You absolutely can, Reggie. Longolian! What's going on? Welcome back. How are you tonight? Playing the piano is just playing the harp with hammers. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh, man. No, they'd be like, what the? What? You're just in your bedroom. Oh, I can see it now. Mashi, that'd be so funny. Jenny says, oh, I bring news. Rebecca is going to be moving out next June. I've already put a down payment on her and Lucy's first place. It's a nice little apartment in South Croydon. Really? Wow, that is awesome. That is awesome. So wait, so Lucy's 18 now? Where is time going? Oh my God, that means I'm getting old. Jeez, man. You know, I'm the youth care coordinator at my job now. So like I help coordinate services and do outreach and advocacy for youth and young adults. And I was like, that's perfect. I'm a youth and young adult. Vince is one of those. For about 1 more month. Because youth and young adults age range ends at like 29. And I'm 30 next month. And that's weird, man. That's so weird. I mean, I'm okay with it, but like, thinking about myself as 30 just doesn't add up, man. It doesn't make sense. What the heck? Darth Mashi, Dark Lord of the Sith. Darth Mashi. You were just in Croydon, Mongolian? Wow. Box Park to be specific, which isn't doxing myself because I don't live anywhere near there. Nice. Yeah, don't dox yourself. Don't do that, man. Huh, that's cool. Small world. You guys could literally go get lunch sometime. Reggie answered the question of the day, part 2, saying, I'd also want to learn the same sword powers like Virgil, so I can slice up bread and fruit in the most extra and savage way possible, and maybe be super petty and strong-arm people who are annoying with fear tactics. You want sword powers so that you can strong-arm annoying people with fear tactics? Oh my gosh. If that's not an effective use of supernatural abilities, I don't know what is. Oh damn, it's not evil sounding enough.
It's not evil sounding enough. Mashi, become one with the Sith. Embrace your dark side and bring me cookies.
About that, did that even come through? I don't know. I realized that my compressor, or my I guess maybe it's not a compressor, maybe it's a noise cancel thingy, filters out low frequencies a lot.
But maybe this worked.
It like half works. That's so funny. It keeps like picking up my voice is like a vibration in the floor or something. Damn, I could have seen your face at some point. I hate seeing faces. This is freaky. Whoa. Some of y'all are close to home, you know? So like, I live close to a couple people that are our regulars now. Like I know at least one person who lives not too far away from me in Pennsylvania, which is pretty wild to think about. CJ's secondary question of the day answer is, I would definitely be a shapeshifter slash morpher, including clothes. I'd look badass with the fashion to match. That would be so awesome, man. You just snap your fingers and bam, you're wearing like a completely new outfit. Or you could like, oh my gosh, this would be like, oh, I was about to give spoilers. Never mind, I can't do that. You'd be like a particular Resident Evil character that could shapeshift. Don't be irresponsible with that power, CJ. Get yourself into some mischief. Reggie has the fear factor of the Michelin Tire Man. If like the Michelin Tire Man and the Pillsbury Doughboy could be morphed into one, they'd be the same as what they were and equally as scary. And that would be Reggie. That'd be so funny. I see. So you need an ability to strike fear into the hearts of the common annoying man. I get where the desire comes from. Darth Hater? Where did that nickname come from? Prince answered the question of the day saying, I wish I was someone with a more outgoing personality. The downside of being a quiet person is that no one knows you and can think anything of you, and people can become suspicious of you, and I worry about that sometimes. No, Prince, I don't think that you'd have to be a totally different person to have a more outgoing personality. You know what makes me think that too? Is like if you didn't want to be more outgoing, right? I would think, you're probably not going to be more outgoing. Which would probably be fine, you know? But since you do want to be outgoing, like that's just some stuff that you could work on, you know? Those are skill-based things. Like being outgoing is, or at least expressing yourself in an outgoing way is skill-based. Now that we were talking, I'm assuming you're coming from a place of anxiety, right? Where it's like, you're more quiet and reserved, so it's kind of like spooky to put yourself out there. Which I get that. That's some stuff that can be difficult to work through. But, you know, what do you think's stopping you from being more outgoing? And also, thank you for answering the question. It's a good response, man. I think that you're right, though. That well, let me say this. I don't want to say I think that you're right in the thing I was about to say, so I have to rephrase. I think that your feeling of people being suspicious of you and you being worried about that adds up. That's what I meant to say. Because I've talked to several other people who they're more reserved, they keep to themselves, or, you know, they're selective mute, and they've expressed that to me as well. Like, I think people are going to think I'm untrustworthy, or people are going to be suspicious, or they're thinking things about me that are negative because I don't talk or I'm not outgoing. I think that's common for people who keep to themselves and stay more reserved. And it's understandable. Like, I think if I didn't talk that much, like if I kept to myself a lot, and didn't engage with people, I would be worried about what people were thinking of me or how they were interpreting that. And I say that because, like, even when I find myself in social settings where if, like, I'm the quiet one, I kind of get in my head about it. And I think, like, oh no, like, people are going to think I'm weird, or people are going to think that, like, you know, they're going to think something of me. Most of the time, I don't know what they're going to be thinking of me, but I assume it's something bad. Like, I went to a work function. It was Jen's boss and a couple of her other coworkers, and you know, they were having like dinner, and I was invited, so I was like, cool. So I drove out to go and meet with her coworkers and, you know, introduce myself for the first time to them and everything. And so we're out at dinner. They're really nice people. I'm enjoying their company, but I found myself feeling pressured to be talkative, to say things, to seem interesting. And where I would notice this is when conversations would sort of start to fall flat, or I felt like I didn't have anything to contribute to the conversation, my mind started racing with thoughts like, oh man, I'm not saying anything, they're gonna think I'm stupid. Or, oh man, I'm not saying anything, they're gonna think that I'm like uninteresting, or they're gonna think that I am just being kind of creepy because I'm just staring at everybody, you know? Or they're just gonna be wondering what I'm thinking, so I need to tell them what I'm thinking, but I don't know how to tell them what I'm thinking because I don't even know what I'm thinking right now because I'm just nervous. Like, You know, and I found those kinds of moments just like happening a lot. And I'm a gregarious person. Like I put myself out there a lot of times. I think I'm what I'd probably identify as an extroverted introvert, because as much as I do put myself out there to socialize, I prefer to sort of keep to myself most times. Like I really value my privacy and my alone time, and just sort of, you know, being with my thoughts, you know. Social settings do put some pressures on me and stuff like that. So what I'm saying is that if someone like me feels that way, in those situations where I feel like I don't have much to say, I totally can understand where, if you're someone who isn't very outgoing, keeps themselves a lot, you might have like an amplified form of those feelings and thoughts in social situations. So I can understand the desire to change as well. The name Darth Hater makes me very uneasy. Oh man. CJ Shapeshifter is a great one, especially if you could modify everything. Everything. You make like really giant hands, so then you could write really giant plans. Right? Right? Let's agree to never look at each other's faces intentionally, says Longolian. Only look at shoes from now on. Shoes are the new eyes. Make shoe contact is what they'll teach in social etiquette classes. Yeah. Longolian, does it make you uncomfortable when people like look at your face? Or when you look at other people's faces? Reggie, you live in Virginia? How far is that? How far is that away? Hold on, let's, can we look at that? Let's see, where is Virginia? Virginia, oh God, can I just, here we go. Virginia is right here. Pennsylvania is right here. Oh, look, we're almost state neighbors, but we have stinky West Virginia in between us. You know what to do, Reggie. You know what to do. You're a king. You can fix this. It says, the thing is, I'm suspicious of people in general. Do you think then that your fear of suspicion comes from the suspicion that you carry for others then? Like, is that sort of like a projection thing? What I mean by that, I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that as in like, sometimes our own experience, like the way that we perceive others, tricks us into thinking that everybody else perceives everybody else that way. So if like we're naturally prone to be suspicious of people, or if we're naturally prone to be really trusting of people, we might assume that others are that way by default as well. Like I went through that. Like I'm so gullible, everybody. Take that for what it is. Like I trust people. Like I believe people. I take people at face value. I think about what they're saying in post. Like I think about it in the moment, but I mean I reanalyze in post, because I just want to engage with people, you know? I feel like that helps me communicate better with people and make connections more easily. I'm smart enough to be able to, like, you know, given a little bit of time, like think about like the situation and be like, maybe this person was being disingenuous. Maybe this person has more to them than what they let on. Maybe this person wasn't telling the whole truth. And I've especially doing this because, you know, folks on the internet can get real crafty with their stories, especially, you know, with the anonymity thing. People come up with different identities and stories about their backgrounds and, you know, things like that. I've seen a lot in that realm. So when I say I'm gullible, though, I mean that, like, in the moment, I take things at face value a lot of times, even if I'm thinking about them in my head, because I feel like it makes people more comfortable to, like, talk with me, and I want people to feel comfortable talking with me because I want to connect with them. So, my point with this is that I've always been like that throughout my whole life, and I was surprised when I got out of school and I'm going around and I'm meeting people. I started, like, working as an electrician. So, you know, I'm working around, like, a bunch of construction workers, and they're talking to me and just trying to, like, put on a show and a face, you know? Young Turtle, hey, thank you for that follow. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. Let's get some welcome commands and hearts in the chat, everybody. Thank you so much for the love. Stellar X, thank you as well. Welcome on in. You guys just became one among the fence. New LLGs in the house, everybody. Yeah, I don't know where some of these labels are not upgrading or updating properly. Or maybe they're just delayed. I don't know. I didn't see a young turdy pop in there, which is, that name sounds funny to me because I'm 5. But so, you know, I'm working in the trade, and I'm around a bunch of construction workers, and I'm, like, talking about anime that I'm watching and video games that I'm playing and emotional nights that I had looking at the moon and stuff like that, because, like, they would come up and people would talk about, like, what'd you do over the weekend, or, like, people were trying to get to know me, like, what do you like to do for fun, and how do you spend your time? This would usually happen during, like, lunch breaks and stuff. People were trying to get to know each other. I was the new guy, so I'd say stuff like that, and they would all look at me like, they wouldn't really say anything, but they would kind of, like, they give me a look, you know? And then I'd ask them, like, what they're doing. And, it was just all, like, I don't know. I felt like they were trying to put on a show a lot of times. Like, some of them would talk to me about, like, different girls that they were seeing, and, like, they're kind of like player people, you know? Some of them would talk to me about, like cool stuff, like genuine, like projects that they were doing, things that they were building, stuff like that. Oh, was I in follower only mode? Everybody in the chat, I am so sorry. I didn't realize that was on. I had turned it on for when I was doing the reruns to help prevent trolling. I didn't realize that I had left that on, though. Thank you for correcting that, Mashi. Stellar X Young Turtle, hello! Hope you're all having a fabulous Tuesday evening. Welcome on in. Feel free to tell us a little bit about yourselves. What are you interested in? Or if it makes it a little bit easier as an icebreaker, if you take a look at the question of the day, feel free to answer that. You cannot post YouTube links without permission. Nobody. You can't do it. It's been a while since people have asked to post links. If you want to post a link, you have to send it on over to one of my moderators. They'll screen it for you. So what was I saying? Oh, I was talking about my experience in the construction field. So, like, you know, I was basically, what I'm trying to say is I was talking to them and being, like, really genuine about, like, how I felt, what my life experience was, and how I saw things, and they were trying to, like, put on a front to try to feel me out before they, like, let too much out, I guess, or let too much show. And I noticed that they would do this with each other a lot. Like, they would showboat a lot. They would try to, like, talk themselves up a lot. And there was a lot of, like, you know, puffing out the chest kind of stuff. Seems stereotypical, but man, it happened all the time. And so when people would talk with me about stuff, I realized they weren't really telling me how they felt about things, or weren't really telling me what their experience was like. They were just telling me stuff that they were doing. And there was one person in particular who he put himself out there as this like you would have thought that the Union was like a gang, because this guy talked about the Union like, yep, gotta stand for the brothers, and being in brothers or being in the brotherhood is like a lifelong thing. You can never get out. And if a brother needs something, you gotta have their back. Otherwise, that you're gonna be pushed out, and people are gonna call you a traitor and this and that. And I was like, what the hell, man? I'm just trying to make some money, man. I got bills to pay. Like, trying to do some honest work. And this person, like, I would talk about like relationship stuff or friend stuff or whatever, and he was the type of person to be like, pardon my language, I'd be like, quit being such a pussy and stuff like that, and I'd just be like, whoa. And then like, he went through a breakup one time, and I was like, how are you doing? And he was like, whatever, man, I didn't need her anyway. Like, I've got all these girls over here I go talk to. And I was like, listen, man, I was like, you handle it how you want to handle it, but like, you guys were together for a long time. You did talk to me about stuff you did together forever. So like, it's okay if this sucks. I'm not gonna judge you or anything like that. And he's like, I was like, I know how that stuff can feel, you know, like heartache sucks. And he was just like, no, having a heart's for sissies and blah blah. And I was like, it's not though. Like, I straight up told him, I was like, it's not, man. Like, everybody's got a heart. Everybody has feelings and emotions. Like, it doesn't make you weak to show them sometimes. I was like, and I told him, I was like, I get it. We're surrounded by like it's like a very machismo kind of environment, but like, it's just you and me talking right now, man. Like, I don't care. Like, it's not gonna bother me. I'm not gonna think differently of you. It's okay to like be in touch with that stuff and to think about it. And a couple days later, we're sitting down. We're doing some underground work because we're building a new. There's a project we're working on an Air Force base, and it was new construction. We were building like an 8-story building, and we had to run power from one of the substations, and it had to go through like this tunnel system under the ground, come up a manhole, and then go into the building. So we were working in that manhole, and it was just he and I down there running some pipe and stuff one day. And then he was like, this hurts. This sucks, what we're going through right now, or what I'm going through right now with this girl. And I was like, tell me about that. And he did. So what the thing that I'm getting across here is that, like, if I were in that guy's position and someone asked me like, what's going on, I would just tell them, you know, because I'm just like, I'm just trusting like that. I want to be genuine. I want to put myself out there like that. I learned through that experience and through other experiences like that people, like, they're reserved a lot of times. Like, there's a lot of people who are reserved. There's also people like me, don't get me wrong, but my worldview up until those types of experiences was, oh, everybody's like me. Everybody just opens up. Everybody just talks about these things. And it was more of a subconscious thing that I felt that way and thought that way about people than it was like an assumption, I guess. Because it was really more of a feeling. Like, I would find myself in situations where I'm like, I don't understand why people don't feel like they can be themselves, or talk in genuine ways. And I started to see it through those types of experiences. And I thought about that guy a lot, and I've thought about that guy a lot since. He wasn't my favorite person. I cared about him. He rubbed me the wrong way. Like, he would irritate me a lot because he would just say stuff to get under my skin. Because he was just like that with everybody. And it would frustrate me. But he wasn't a bad guy. It was really interesting connecting with him like that, because I never thought that I would have connected with him that way, or really with anybody in that field. like that. So it was just interesting. Anyway, my worldview was clearly not the reality of what everybody else thought and felt. And so kind of relating this back to what Prince was saying earlier, my question to him was, did he feel like because he is suspicious of others that maybe that's where the worry that people are going to be suspicious of him comes from? That's kind of why I was asking that question, because in my experience, I've realized that I have thought that other people were usually like responded to things how I responded to things, and that's not really the case. I feel like I missed some stuff here, by the way. I'm sorry, those of you guys who posted stuff in chat that I had missed during my monologue. CJ would go full anime and turn into a Navy battleship. So you're gonna turn into a Navy battleship? I just imagine this guy just sitting in his chair. He just becomes a huge battleship, just busting through walls in his office, and that's ridiculous, CJ. And then Machi over here would just body morph into another gender. I gotta say, for everybody who goes through a transition, that would be wildly convenient, wouldn't it? Like, I feel like that would be, man. So much simpler. Mongolian said earlier, I can't actually look at people's faces for long unless I've known them for around 2 years, because it just makes me super uncomfortable. Incredibly so. I see. Is it the same way in the camera too? Like if I'm looking at the camera like this, and then you're looking at the screen, are you like, or is that fine? Because there's like a separation. Always curious about that. I'm suspicious that they're suspicious, said Prince. Sounds about right. Okay, so it does seem like, it does sound like it's coming from an internal spot. Yeah, I think that's natural. You know what's cool about it though? If it comes from within, like we talk about this a lot on this channel. What do we have control over, chat? Of all the things that are out there in the world, what is the only thing that we have control over? It's ourselves. We have control over ourselves. Everything else outside of us, maybe not. But if that's where the root of this thing comes from, that's kind of cool, because that's something that we can work on. If you don't want to be suspicious of people, or if you are worried about them being suspicious of you, and that's the source of that, that's awesome, because that's something you can address. Zoel, what's going on? Thank you so much for following. This became one among the fence. Let's get the welcome commands in the chat, everybody. Bring our latest LLG over to on our side of the fence where the grass is a little greener now. How are you today? Hey, feel free to check out the question of the day up in the upper corner here if you'd like. It's a great way to break the ice and sort of share your story and be part of ours here. CJ said earlier, it takes strength of self to show emotions. It's scary because you do so despite the fear of how the other person would take it. Yeah, it's vulnerable, right? Like you put yourself out there, and like if you're expressing yourself genuinely, if you're putting your emotions and you're kind of wearing your heart on your sleeve, so to speak, it opens you up. Like people can say things to you now that are like gonna hurt your feelings, or they could like show compassion and build a powerful connection that they wouldn't have been able to build with you if you hadn't opened that part of yourself up. So it feels like a double-edged sword, and for all intents and purposes, I think it is. But it takes so much strength to wield that sword as opposed to just setting it there in front of you and creating a wall between you and the other person. And I think because of that, anytime somebody does express themselves when I'm around, I'm very impressed, and I know that it takes a lot. We take conversation for granted, I think. There's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot behind why someone might say what they say, why someone might express what they do, or, you know, even in their body language, why they might be doing certain things while they're talking or being talked to. And so for someone to open up and like talk about something they care about, that takes some courage. That takes some, you know, working up to. And for some folks, it comes naturally. And I think that that's awesome. And even then, if it comes naturally to you, there's probably still some things that you wouldn't just like blurt out, right? Because, you know, maybe it's personal or it makes you feel vulnerable. I love when people can just be themselves, because I know what it takes. I know it's a lot to work up to. And I think more times than not, I see it work in their favor. Like it's positive. Now, I'm just speaking generally here, because some of us have gone through a lot of negative experiences and have really just gone through some tough times because people have taken advantage of our vulnerability, which causes us to close up. You know, that's traumatic for us, and that trauma causes us to respond to those situations in a way to protect ourselves from further exposure to that trauma. So, you know, I'm not saying that like it only brings good things, but the good things it can bring are so good. They're worth it. And when we've experienced a lot of negative events, I think it makes it really hard for us to open ourselves up to allowing those good experiences to come in. And it's understandable. But this is exactly why, you know, you see someone in a conversation, you're talking to somebody, think about what it might take for them to say what they're saying to you. Think about what they might be going through on their end to talk about it. You might be surprised at what you end up thinking about trying to pay attention to that stuff. I think it just goes to show that having the right person to listen to you does extreme wonders, says Jenny earlier. Yeah. I mean, in my experience, I've seen that have a big impact on people. You know, a lot of times I've talked with folks and they've opened up to me about some pretty serious things. It's just been because I'm just listening to them and letting them know that it's cool. Like, I'm not gonna judge them. I'm not gonna make fun of them or anything like that. And when they feel like that's true, they tend to talk about like who they are. It's amazing. It's amazing. There's so many people out there that look the same, and I don't mean like physically, I mean like they look the same in their behavior, right? Because they're trying to fit in with society, but everyone has a story. Everyone has something really unique and interesting going on with them, but most feel like they can't open up about it because it's different. Different's bad, right? It's not, but that's the perception. Hey, Professora! Good evening, Fence. It's been so long that I don't think you've seen me under this name yet. I don't remember this name, Professora. You are correct. Who did you used to be? Or who are you still? What was your moniker before? Yeah, I definitely don't recognize it. Sounds good, Jenny. Have yourself a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for coming and supporting the Fence for a while. You keep your head up and your heart strong out there. Ah, Philippa, what's happening? I haven't seen you under that name, like, ever. Was that like a really recent change? Where did it come from, by the way? It's so good to see you again. You had a feeling that it ain't Rebecca? Yeah, I wonder what would happen if all y'all were in here at one time. Because that never happens. It's always like one or the other. If all y'all were in here at one time, would it be like just like a big virtual family reunion? Would it be like a a party in the house and also in the chat? Would that? I imagine that would be interesting. That'd be interesting. You're all together in multiple platforms, multiple places. See, Lucy earlier said, so the reason it's a thing is because your primary sex characteristics are formed before your individual brain forms who you are, if that makes sense. Oh, I missed your earlier message. The pretext to that was that, well, gender is more what's in the head rather than the physical sex characteristics. Yeah, well, what I meant by what I was saying, because I agree with you, was that, like, you figure that stuff out, right? You'd figure out how you feel and, like, what your identity is, but physically, you are the other sex. That'd be frustrating. And the ability to just, like, morph yourself would be awesome in that scenario. Zoelli says, I think it's a compliment if someone feels like they can open up and be themselves around you. They see you as someone who isn't going to take their information and use it to be manipulative. Zoelli, thank you for sharing that thought. I absolutely agree. Yeah. That's how I feel whenever I talk to somebody and they're, like, being open to me and with me, you know, but they're like, you know, they're listening to what I'm saying. Their body language is open. They're showing me that, like, they want to pay attention to what I have to say or what I'm expressing. They care about what's happening in front of them. It makes me feel like I can talk to them more. And I end up wanting to talk to those people more. And I think there's something in the back of my mind all the time when I find myself in that conversation where that's going on. Where, like, I want them to know that. I want them to know that I appreciate that I'm able to talk like I am. So I think you're right. For sure. Like, it is compliment worthy, you know? That had a connotation to it that it's not really what I'm trying to say, but it is able to, I would take that as a compliment, yeah. That doesn't mean that, like, the way I said that or phrased that made it sound like, yep, you should give me a compliment for that. Like, that's not what I meant. But yeah, there are a lot of people who take people's information and are manipulative with it. Right? Like, let me ask you all, when you are talking with people, are you open with them? Like, do you express yourself genuinely to most of the people that you talk to? If so, why? If not, why not? A professora is Portuguese for the teacher. Oh, so now you're the teacher. You are the teacher. The chat might not ever recover, you're right. That would be wild. Would be fun to see the whole family someday. Yeah. Said, man, it'd be a party. We try to avoid that by only using one laptop, or else chat would very much, or pretty much be us talking to one another. Which I guess you're already doing that, like, at home anyway, right? Yeah, it would just, it would become a Jenny and Friends chat. You could make a TV show out of that. The chat, let's be real though, Mashi. The chat's basically a living room anyway. Right? It's basically a living room. I mean, it's my office, but same thing, right? So, you know, my thoughts on kind of what we're talking about in regards to, like, being open with people and being genuine with folks. You know, I had asked if people that you talk to like, do you open up to them? Do you talk with them like in genuine ways and what you would consider to be true to yourself? And if so, why? And if not, why not? My answer to this is like, like I said earlier, I tend to be like, I try to be genuine when I'm out talking with people in general, but like, and this has happened more as I've gotten older. I've felt like nervous about just being my whole self and just putting myself out there. And I don't mean like being outgoing and engaging with people, because I can do that no problem. I mean doing that in a way that feels honest, genuine. Meaning, I feel like I'm saying exactly what I want to say in that moment. I'm presenting myself exactly the way I want to present myself in that moment. I find that I have a little bit of barriers, that I kind of put up because I get worried about like what people are gonna think of me or what people are gonna like feel about me. And I never used to deal with that when I was younger. I think that's more a thing that has happened in the last, 5 or 6 years. I will say this, about three-ish years ago, I was struggling pretty bad with that, actually. Now, I'm a lot better with that than I was 3 years ago. But 10 years ago, I had no problem with that. And then I think I went through some experiences from like when I was 18 to when I was like 26, where I dealt with more rejection. I experienced some trauma. I lost friends. I had, some relationships turn sour and trust broken and stuff like that, that I think made it more difficult for me to open up with other people, because I was afraid of that stuff happening again. Even in the moment, I might not be able to identify that as like that's what's happening, but the feeling of it is there, and it feels like a screen. Like, if you're talking with somebody, and imagine you're talking to somebody like through a screen door. They're outside, you're inside, and you're talking to them through the screen. That's what that feels like. And I feel like I'm always kind of trying to like open that screen up, kind of to let them in a little bit, or like I'm really good at stepping out with them, but I think sometimes I'm afraid to like let them come in the house. You know what I mean? I want them to. That's why I have the screen door open, and I'm not looking through like the slot in the door. You know what I mean? I want them to see what's going on. I want them to want to feel comfortable coming in to hang out. But opening that screen doors, it's tough. And I think a lot of us feel like that, And does anybody else feel like that? Like, don't leave me hanging here. Let me know. We're all here, just some of us are lurking. That's cool to know. Do y'all still watch the channel on your television? Zoeli says, I think it's really, really hard for anyone to be completely themselves to someone, especially a stranger. You need to at least feel as though someone is trustworthy. I think so too. And I think that I've only met a couple of people in my life, maybe more than a couple, maybe like a handful. It's a better way to describe the quantity, but who have actually like I felt like, man, they are being themselves, like they're just themselves. And when I was watching them just exist, one of them was this guy that had a diagnosis of bipolar and was an artist who I'd met at an art gallery. And they were like they seemed like they were just themselves, They didn't talk in a way that led me to feel like they cared about what anyone thought. They didn't seem to try to present themselves in a way that gave anybody an impression one way or another. They just seemed to be comfortable in their skin, in what they were wearing and how they were walking and talking and interacting with their environment. And it's a hard thing to put into words, but watching that person, I was like in awe. they were just a regular person, just living their life. And there was something about it. It was just, it really stood out to me. It made me feel like inspired. It made me feel comfortable. And it made me feel like, man, I want to know this person. But it also made me feel a little bit intimidated, which I don't know if that's a common feeling. I feel like it is. When you see somebody like living in a way that you respect or that you want to aspire to be, it can be kind of intimidating, I think, because it's like, wow, like how did they do that? You know, maybe you might be thinking like they're gonna notice that I'm not doing that or something, which I don't think is ever really the case. I think most people don't care. Like they're just trying to get through their experience most of the time, right? People will start to notice if like you're in a person's way, or, you know, if they're like, if there's something that you're directly involved in that matters to them. But most of the time, I think that people aren't really worried about like how you are or who you are in terms of like the way it looks to them. They might make a judgment call in the moment and then like walk away from the situation, totally forget about the experience, you know, because it doesn't really matter that much. Which is why I think that, you know, trying to be ourselves and to be genuine, I think is always a goal worth striving for. Because say somebody does think negatively of you when you're doing that, right? They're probably just gonna walk away from the situation and forget all about it. You know, like unless you're gonna be having some extended interactions with the person, that's a lot of times what I've noticed happens. Now, in that same regard, the benefit of being yourself and genuine around pretty much anyone, just in general, is that feeling that I talked about when I saw that artist in that art gallery who left an impression on me. I can't even remember his name, but he stood out to me. And this was something like, I met him like 3 years ago, but I was just like, wow, I loved his energy, man. I felt it. And that, you know, gave me food for thought. That influenced me. And I'm sharing a bit of that story today. So like, I never really forgot that. That was the positive. I don't feel like everybody's like thinking that way about the negative things. Most of us just want to get away from it, right? So if someone's like bugs us or annoys us or something like that, you know, be like, that's dumb in the moment, and then we move on, and then we forget about it, you know? I think it's the positive stuff like that will stick with people the most whenever they make an impression on someone. So I guess like, you know, the moral of that is just, you know, if you're being yourself and you put yourself out there, you're going to present an energy that other people can pick up on and can affect people in a positive way. It also might intimidate some people, but it will also inspire people. It has the potential for a lot of good. I think that's worth striving for, you know? Llewellyn says, not necessarily on the same subject, but I read somewhere, which was thought-provoking, a different version of you exists in the mind of everyone who knows you. Oh, that's profound, isn't it? So, Llewellyn continues to say, how you perceive yourself is different to how your best friend sees you, and that's different to how your parents see you, etc., etc. Yes. I love that. Thank you for sharing, Zoeli. Because I think that this is something we forget a lot. Everyone's perception's different, right? Yeah, we all live in the same world, but not really. You know what I mean? Let me explain. Like Zoeli is saying here, a different version of you exists in the mind of everyone who knows you. What that means is that everybody who thinks about you, who sees you, who hears you, who experiences you as a person. They're experiencing their version of you because their experience in life is unique to them. The way they feel things, the way they interact with things, the way that they interpret information is unique to that person. And every single person out there has a unique experience like that. And so that means that they see you and experience you differently than you experience yourself, than anybody else experiences you, so on, like Zoel just said. And there's a lot of different ways to like point this out. One of them would be like, well, maybe it's not the most applicable example, but it is a good comparison, I think, is like the game Telephone, right? This is a classic exercise that people will bring up whenever they're talking about how information gets mixed up. But the reason the information gets mixed up is in line with what we're talking about here. So Telephone, of course, is the game where you've got like a line of people or a string of people or whatever, say 5 people. Person number 1 tells person number 2 some information. Person number 2 tells person number 3 that same information, but it's not the same. It's already changed because the way that person number 2 heard what person number 1 said is different than what person number 1 said. So person number 3 is going to hear person number 2's experience of person number 1's information. Person number 3 tells person number 4 what their experience of person number 2's information was, so on and so forth. By the time it reaches person number 5, they're hearing about something that is not what person number 1 says, because it got filtered through multiple different people's realities, so to speak. Another interesting thing about this, like, or maybe not interesting thing about this, but another interesting thing I heard that was in line with this, was that someone was talking to like a public speaker. I think it was a TED Talk that I had seen. They were talking to people about how, like, making change and wanting to, like, change the world. And, like, they had said something to the effect of, damn it, I can't remember it right now, but it was basically something like, you're not trying to change the world with 8 billion people in it. You're trying to change 8 billion worlds. Like, or 8 billion perceptions of it. It was something like that. Man, I wish I could remember it because the way it was said was really powerful. But the point of it was that, yeah, we're all on the same world, but as many people as there are in the world, there are that many realities, that many perspectives and perceptions of what the world is. And they will all differ from one another. You can be in the same room with a person, seeing the same stuff. You will experience it differently. It will mean something different to you than it will the person who's sitting next to you. But I think it's so interesting. It's fun, like, in a really light way. If you're watching, like, a movie with somebody, you know, like, super excited about it, or, like, maybe it's your favorite movie, right? You're watching it with your best friend or with your partner or someone you care about. You're like, this is so awesome. By the end of the movie, you're like, what do you think? They're like, it was okay. You know? Or maybe they didn't like it at all. You're like, what? Of course, this is something that we can wrap our heads around a little bit easier because, like, it makes sense to have differing interests, right? But the why behind we have differing interests, or the why behind how we have differing interests, better way to phrase that, is the point. It's just a different perception of the space that we live in. It's really easy to, I feel like I'm talking in circles sometimes with this stuff. So, like, y'all, if I am going round and round, be like, hey, you pointed out to me. But it's so fascinating to think about. I love this kind of stuff, you know? It's why when we were playing the game Nier Automata, like, that game was so interesting and so cool to not only play an experience, but to share with everybody else too. Because, like, one, that game is about the different perspectives and viewpoints of its characters, of its factions, and of the world, and the way that each of those experiences the world. And then there was so much philosophy that was applied there too, which philosophy is just different people experiencing the world different ways too, and seeing it in different ways. And it was just so awesome to talk about that for however long we ended up streaming that game. It was a very long time, I think. But man, that's why that was like one of my favorite games ever to stream, was because we got to talk like this like all the time. And there's never like an answer to any of it. It's just like we just shared our thoughts, and got to kind of open our minds about it more, which is really cool. Well, usually, Mashi, the first stream of the week is a talking stream. It's just discussion. I was thinking we might play some games because it's still kind of early in the night, you know. I do have everything hooked up today, so we could play some games. I'm thinking about it actually, because I've been wanting to. I've got Nier on the brain, not Nier Automata, because I know we were just talking about Nier Automata, but Nier Replicant, because that's the game that we've been playing lately, everybody. Yeah, I might. Speaking of video games, what has everyone been playing lately? Final Fantasy XIV, going deep into the Eorzean rabbit hole. Midnight here in the UK. What? So I have to go. Nice talking with you as well, Zoeli, and very nice to meet you. You had some awesome thoughts to share with us today. I look forward to getting to know you further. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, Zoeli. And also, we'll be live tomorrow and Saturday. I'm usually live Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, but with Thanksgiving being part of this week, I moved Thursday to Wednesday. So, yeah, just a little update there. But you have yourself a wonderful evening. Keep your head up and your heart strong out there. Lost just got the Xbox Game Pass for 3 months. $1? What? That's amazing. So I'm all over the map playing anything that looks interesting. That's the way to do it, man. That Game Pass is a fantastic deal. Super cool, man. I will say this, like, Game Pass is cool in that you can access all of the games on both PC and console. Like, how freaking awesome is that, man? Play your way, and you have access to a ton of different games. It's fantastic. I say this as a PlayStation guy too. Like, I love my PlayStation, but that service, man, is killer. Good to see you, by the way, Lost. I hope you had a good day today, man. 11 days of playtime, Lucy? Whoa. Awesome, you just cleared Stormblood. Nice. Now, you're actually about at the point where you're close to the point where I am. I just got into Shadowbringers territory. Like, I am right at the beginning of that expansion. And then I stopped playing again. My whole intention was to, like, get through it before Endwalker came. And, well, that's not happening. In fact, I just got an email the other day that was like, hey, your Mog Station subscription's about to renew. And I was like, oh, ain't that something? I only played Final Fantasy XIV for like a week of the 3 months that I subscribed. I don't know how this keeps happening. I keep doing this, man. I've done this all year long. Where I'm like, I'm gonna play Final Fantasy XIV, and then I just don't. subscribe and I play for a couple days, then I don't. There's still a good 2 weeks left, sure, but I am playing Nier. I am going on vacation for 10 days in like a week. I've got family stuff going on during the holidays for Thursday, Friday. So those days are gone. And then in my spare time, I'm playing Undertale again. So in reality, I'm probably not going to get there because Final Fantasy XIV is... I always talk to myself whenever I think about it, being like, I want to play that, but I guess I don't want to play it bad enough, you know? I do. I am in the Primal Data Center in the Leviathan server. Mashi's been playing Warframe, Sword Art Online Fatal Bullet, Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Oh, cool. Neo, Monster Hunter World, and Phantasy Star Online 2. Nice. That's a pretty diverse selection of games right there. I have seen that you were playing Black Flag again. I think you mentioned that to Jenny recently, and I was like, oh, that's cool. That's always a good game to go back to. It's gonna withstand the test of time, I think. Lily, what's going on? Welcome back home. How are you doing today? You're on Aether and Gilgamesh, Lucy. Ah. I think we're able to visit people in other data centers now, right? Like, I think we can do that. I've never tried it. That's why I say I think, but I think it's been a thing for a bit. CJ's been working on another little prototype game project rather than playing much myself. But listen, you're still playing, just in a different way, you know? The game dev space is your playground, my friend. Because that's so awesome, man. You want to share with us what kind of game you've been making? What you've been working on? Lilith, you've been meh. What's so meh? What's going on? Is it anything that we can support you with here? When Endwalker hits, we're going to be able to... Oh, so it hasn't been a thing. Okay. I don't know why I thought it was. I guess what I'm thinking of is that you could visit other servers in your data center. That was the thing that's going on, right? Like, that for sure has been a feature for a while. Well, that's great. That makes sense. So now people could do like instances and stuff with each other, no matter where they're at, which is fantastic. Yeah. I did hear about the delay. I heard that Yoshi P announced it like in a very emotional way too. And I was like, that's classic. Classic Yoshi P, man. Love that guy. He has so much passion for this game, man, in the community. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, it is like one of his shining achievements in his career too, like bringing that game back from the dead. So I understand why. Like, he feels a strong connection to the player base, and has from the get-go. I think that's why he was able to bring it back the way that he did. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised by those stories. At the same time, though, I was like, it's okay, man. Like, it's just 2 weeks. Like, everyone's gonna be okay, you know? But I appreciate his spirit and just his genuine display of heart. It's wonderful. Trying your hands down at a top-down action RPG. Yeah, buddy. It's gonna be like Diablo. That's cool. Lily says, just a lot of crap happened in 2 days, and I'm watching my world fall apart. That doesn't sound good at all. I'm sorry to hear that, Lily. what's going on? Like, why do you feel like your world's falling apart right now? If you want to talk about it, that is. You don't have to. But that sounds really, really stressful, really trying. What is error 17? I don't get that one. CJ says that really focusing on keeping a good flow of movement, which I think a lot of ARPGs don't do a lot with. Oh, so you're gonna do the thing that's like Hades. I watch people play Hades and I'm like, wow. Like, movement and traversal in that game is huge. And it looks awesome. A lot of the isometric games that I've played, though, I mean, I started playing them when I was a lot younger, so, you know, they're pretty dated at this point, but, you know, things like Diablo, or like, was it Champions of Might and Magic? I think was one, like the old D&D games, that were like on the PS2. Movement wasn't really a big thing. It's like, yeah, you walked around and stuff, but like, that was it, you know? You walked into things and you hit them, or like shot them with your bow, or you cast your spell at them. It wasn't very fast paced. Or things like Gauntlet. Anybody remember Gauntlet? I feel like I'm like the old man talking about Gauntlet. It hasn't been popular for, I feel like, at least a decade. At least. I used to love that game though, man. So fun. Something about running into an unexpected problem around large groups of people. Like in Limsa Main Plaza. Oh, that's weird. That sucks. I wonder what's causing that. Yep. It's not like your computer, is it? Like your graphics card's just getting overloaded or something like that? Not that that really happens with that game anymore, because I know it's not very demanding. I did hear about that, Lucy. Yeah, they're doing all kinds of stuff to subclasses in Destiny 2. I caught a couple like YouTube thumbnails and articles talking about it, and I was like, that's pretty cool, but I haven't looked into it yet. I'm excited about it though. I feel like that game has needed a drastic update to its subclasses for quite some time, so that'll be really refreshing. You know, they need to do it like Final Fantasy XIV, where just like periodically, or maybe like throughout expansions, they just rebalance things and change it up, you know? I know it seems like it's a lot to do, but it really creates a fresh and engaging experience for the players when you're playing a game as a service. Oh no, Lily. Jordan got the news the other day that his father has cancer and is struggling then. Then the boyfriend told me that his dad's got a clogged artery. So, wow. So he got the news of cancer and a clogged artery because he went in there for he was experiencing heart problems, right? 5 years at best, 2 years at worst. Told my boyfriend that I didn't want Jordan going home and being alone, and things are just falling apart. Oh, okay. So I got that crossed. It wasn't the same person. Your friend Jordan's father has cancer. Your boyfriend's father has clogged artery. So is it your boyfriend's father then who they're giving like the timeline of 2 to 5 years? Or is it Jordan's father who has been diagnosed with cancer? Oh man, that sucks. It sounds like in expressing your concern, for Jordan's situation too. Like maybe that's causing a bit of a hubbub with your boyfriend. Is that right? Or am I reading into that too much? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I understand that. I think why you would feel like your world is falling apart. I mean, that's the two people that you care a lot about. There's a lot happening with them in their world, with people that are very close in their lives. So that's going to be affecting them very strongly, and potentially it could be affecting, your relationships as well, because that's just how that stuff works, right? Like it trickles down. It's a lot, man. Your boyfriend doesn't like Jordan. I mean, I get, at least I think I get why, considering everything y'all went through over the last month and a half or so. But yeah, it's sucky timing for sure. Gosh, man, when it rains, it pours, doesn't it? Anybody ever been through anything like this? Anybody ever had experience where, their close friend or partner was dealing with like family member who had a severe medical issue, or was currently like maybe they were in a grieving process, or they were just dealing with some heavy trauma at the time, and you were kind of there trying to figure out like, how do I support them, and how do I support myself with the way that this is like affecting things around us. It's complex, this kind of stuff is tough. Yeah, Lucy said, talking about the Destiny 2 rebalancing, that they're significantly cracking down on ability spam to emphasize gunplay. Good. That is what needs to happen. Because I mean, that game's gunplay is second to none. It's still top of the line in my opinion. I feel like ability spam kind of dumbs the experience down. It makes it not as fast paced. It makes it not as strategic. Because abilities are so powerful in that game. So that's great. Because it hasn't been like that since the first Destiny. And that was why the first Destiny was so awesome to me. Like, it just, every different gun that you got changed the experience. And your abilities were there, and you utilized them regularly, but it wasn't like all about them, unless you're in the Crucible and you were a Titan. And then it's all about the abilities. Oru, what's going on? Welcome back home. It's good to see you tonight. How are you? Like, I worry about Jordan, says Lily, because he found out the news and then drank and then went to work and had to skip the rest of work because anxiety was sky high. I'm just super concerned about when he goes back to Oregon. Yeah, I get it. It's tough. When we see people that we care about going through this kind of painful experience, like, a lot of us tend to self-medicate. A lot of us tend to go through it in ways that maybe aren't healthy for us, but that we're just trying to cope, right? Like, that's really what it comes down to, is everybody's trying to cope. And I can understand. Like, I can understand from your situation and perspective why this is concerning. Like, if I were you, I would be worried about, like, is he going to take care of himself, or is he going to let himself fall by the wayside because of the stuff that's going on, and then his life's going to fall apart or something like that. What I can say is that just being there as a supportive presence for your friend during this time, it'll help, I think a lot of us, we have the fix it gene, right? Want to pull out our hammers and like nail all the boards over the holes in the walls and build a new house and everything. Like, we want to fix what we think is damaged or broken. And that's especially true when it comes to the people that we love and care about. But a lot of times we have to let people fix that stuff themselves. And sometimes that just looks like getting through it in as healthy a way as possible. And that's scary. Like, as supporters, that's scary. Because then we have to like trust that they're going to do things that will work well for them and that will, be good for them. And we can't really take control of that. It's a hard thing. I think, CJ had shared some of these types of experiences with us here before, and displayed really well how you can support someone without having like the answer for them. Because I think we find ourselves in these positions where we're like, we don't know what to do, like, what do we do? Because we can't like make something not be happening anymore. We can't just like wave our hand and like cure people who are sick and stuff like that. And so then it's like, what do we do? Because we can't fix the source of the hurt. Sometimes it's being there to give people the encouragement and the positive perspective or words of support, or just the presence of knowing that someone cares about what they're going through, can give them the strength to sort of work through that, So like, what do you think you're gonna do, Lily? Like, how do you think is gonna be the best way for you to support him? And then also support your own partner, because like he's going through stuff with his dad too. Like, and my I'm not gonna give like unsolicited advice, but I will say just be mindful of your own capacities and resources. When I find myself in situations where like a lot of people around me are going through some stuff, I can tend to stretch myself really thin. My self-care goes down. And then I fall into shambles. Can't do that. Can't let ourselves fall into shambles. It's like, it's not going to help nobody. It's no good to let ourselves fall apart, because then we're not even going to be able to be there for other people. So it's really, really important to make sure that we keep taking care of ourselves. If we have to step away from something to like regain our composure and, recharge a little bit, we should do that. I'm learning that a lot more recently. Makes a world of difference. And I say that as somebody who supports people for a living. I mean, that's my job, and my employers stress really, really hard the importance of self-care. Like, it's literally part of my job description. Self-care is part of it. It's that important. It's part of my peer support certification too. Like, I have to manage and maintain my wellness in order to hold my credential, because it affects so much of my ability to do my job. So let that sort of drive home the point of how important it is, everybody, to take care of yourself, because it will impact everything that you do if you don't. You're chilling and helping friends out, Oro. Wow, yeah. You're in the right place if you're doing that already. Thanks for bringing in your positive spirit here to hang out with us. And it's awesome. I'm not doing too bad. Sharing some concern for our friends here that are going through some stuff. But otherwise, things are going pretty good on my side of the fence. I've had some very full weeks. Like, I have traveled a lot over the last 3 weeks. And I've been doing a lot of trainings. I've been meeting a lot of people, and I've been learning a lot of things because I'm supposed to be facilitating a lot of trainings in the future. I just started this new job as a youth care coordinator at this mental health organization called the PMHCA a month ago. Like a month ago as of yesterday. And I feel like I've been there for like 3 months already. But it's only been a month. There's so much that's happened. And it's all been amazing. But wow, it's I never thought I could jam pack so much into so little amount of time. Reggie's another answer to the question of the day. I want to be warm right now because I'm freezing my everything off. That's a creative response to this. Those of y'all who are just coming on in, welcome to The Fence. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is a channel where it's all about sharing your story and being part of ours. And one of the ways that we do that is we present a brand new question of the day every single day that we're live. So come on by, see what all the buzz is about. And if I could direct your attention to the upper right-hand corner of the screen, today's question of the day is, if you could be anything, what would it be and why? And what could you do then that you can't now? Do you want to become warm so that you are no longer cold, like Reggie? Or do you want to become a shapeshifter so that you can transform into a battleship, like CJ? Let us know your thoughts in the chat. We'll talk about this today. I feel like this is what they tell you in airplanes. Put your own mask on before you help others. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the reason why they say it too. Like, if you can't, you have to secure yourself so that you're going to be safe and able to secure others. It's important. So I mean, if something happens and you pass out, how are you gonna help anybody else out? And then they're left without support, right? It is exactly that same principle, Reggie. Welcome back, Lily. Oru says, be careful not to stretch yourself too thin. I made the mistake of trying to reach out to everyone. I'm also highly sensitive and empathetic, and it got to be too much for me. I had to step back for my own mental health. Unfortunately, some of that came with unfortunate backlash from some, but I try to surround myself with people who are understanding and supportive. I have to limit who I help, even if I naturally want to still help everyone regardless. Yes. Well said. And it sucks that we have to kind of go through that to learn that lesson, right? Like, you want to be there for everybody. You have a kind and empathetic heart that cares so much about the people around you that you're willing to put yourself out there and stretch yourself so thin for the sakes of others that, like, you have this uncanny ability, it seems, to set yourself aside, which on paper sounds great. It's noble, right? And I think that anybody who sees that will respect it. And at the same time, it places so much stress on you. And I have been in that position many, many times throughout my life, because I think, Oru, you and I are kindred spirits in that regard, where I feel very similarly to the way that you just described. And I have found myself facing those moments where I'm like, oh my gosh, I cannot do this right now. I don't have the ability to provide support right now. And then I beat myself up over it. I felt terrible. I felt guilty. I felt ashamed. I felt like I was betraying my friends, because I was literally at my limit. And what happened from those situations, sometimes I lost friends, there were fallouts, there were misunderstandings about what my behavior meant because I exhausted myself. There's a term for that. It's called compassion fatigue. Compassion fatigue, it gets mixed up with burnout a lot. Burnout is something that happens when you're doing things that are like administrative, right? Like maybe you're going to school and you're studying all the time, and you know, it's subjects that you're interested in, but oh my gosh, you have so much homework and so many projects that like you're going, and you're getting burnt out. Like you're finding it difficult to like turn in assignments. You're sleeping a lot more. You know that there's stuff that you need to do. Like you've got that homework assignment tomorrow, but I can do it at 5 p.m. tonight. You know, 5 p.m. comes along. I just don't want to do it right now. I'll get up early in the morning and do it. Those are signs of burnout. Compassion fatigue is when we exhaust our emotional reserves. We're spending so much energy and we're caring so much about what the people around us are going through that we're really employing that empathy all the time. And compassion fatigue sucks because it can trick us into thinking that we don't care anymore just because we're literally at our limits of employing that empathy. It makes us feel like we go from someone's going through something and we're like, oh my gosh, I will be right there for you. Let's get through this together. Till we hear someone's going through something and being like, I just can't do that right now, you know? Or you're hoping that somebody's not going through something because you're like dreading the experience of trying to support them. And that's where the guilt comes in. Because when you're an empathetic person, you tend to pride yourself in your ability to just naturally be there for other people. And compassion fatigue seems to directly contradict that quality that you have in yourself, because it is literally your body telling you, hey, slow down. You've got to take a moment. You got to take a break. You have to recharge your batteries, man. And when we don't do that, we're not able to tap into that innate quality that we have to be there for other people. So there's an answer to this. There's a solution to it, which is exactly what Oru is talking about here. It's making sure that we are aware and mindful of our experience, what we're going through, how we're feeling, and the way that we're framing what we're doing, so that when we realize, hey, I'm getting a little burnt out, or hey, I am having a hard time supporting this person who I have very easily supported in the past. Like if there's a barrier there in your desire to help the person right from the get-go, like the automatic response, if that automatic response is, I don't want to do it because I'm feeling this way, you're probably suffering from compassion fatigue. It's a balancing act sometimes, folks. Trying to maintain your own self-care and caring for others, especially when you're a person who naturally wants to care for others, which many of you out there are. I know this. I see it, and you guys talk about it a lot. Lily, I know that you're that person because you talk about what's going on with your friends, your boyfriend, and your family. And Ash is another person who I know is like that because she's very similar in that regard. And Oru just shared with us about how they're like that. And CJ says they get compassion fatigue bad sometimes, which I know can happen to him because he's always talking about people that he wants to be there for in the way that he thinks about others, in a very compassionate way. Thank you for that cure, Mashi. I think all of us could use that right now. So compassion fatigue is something that we all very much want to be mindful of. And part of that is managing our self-care. And another part of that is being patient with ourselves, being forgiving of ourselves when we realize that we are suffering from compassion fatigue. It's okay. It's normal to experience that when we're using that energy. There's always limits to things, right? And that's why we can't just like push ourselves endlessly because we'll fall apart. We don't want that. Nobody else around us wants that for us either. So we owe it to ourselves, and it's actually respecting the people that we're supporting to manage our self-care well. Oh, thanks for the redeeming of the hydrate. Appreciate that. Yeah. Did it sound like my voice was getting a little bit dry? I bet it did. I kind of hear it. Oru says it could be very exhausting. We have to make sure we also remember to be kind and take care of ourselves just as much as we want to help others. We're also important too. Yeah, the very same people that we care about and support probably want the good things for us that we want for them too, you know? So on one hand, we can put ourselves in their shoes and be like, if they knew that I was suffering, what would they want for me? And then trying to like respond to that, you know? You know, if it's hard for you to like be self-aware, that's a good way to kind of try to reframe that, is putting yourself in their shoes, which as empaths, a lot of us are able to do. Lily says, I think I struggle with self-care big time. So, and this is common too, Lily, and you're not alone there. Self-care is hard. In today's like climate, I think that what self-care is a bit misunderstood. I want to ask everybody, and I'd appreciate your participation in answering this. What is self-care? It's okay. There's no right or wrong answers here. That I'm not gonna like put you on blast or anything. But I just want to hear your thoughts. What is self-care? And mull that over for a second and post in the chat while I go and fill up my cup of water. And I'll be right back. Okay. Right, and I am back. Okay, so before I got up, I was asking you all, what is self-care? Lost answered saying, self-care to me is knowing when you're nearing a state of exhaustion mentally and taking the steps needed and are available to refresh, care for, and deal with your own issues. Yeah, I think that is how you identify the need for self-care. So, you know, exercising that mindfulness to know when you're nearing a state of exhaustion mentally, that plays into self-care. Taking the necessary steps that are available to you to refresh yourself and to deal with your own issues, that is self-care. Yeah. Can anybody give me an example of self-care? What does self-care look like? Man, super glad to see that Jen made it. 2-hour traffic, holy smokes. Welcome back home. CJ said, not sure I have the words to explain the what, more so than the how, so I guess I'll start with that. CJ continues to say, for me, it's sort of like reining in your efforts to a more manageable amount. So, okay, so I think if what I'm hearing you say is correct, you're saying that, you know, it's sort of like what Lost was saying, recognizing like how much of yourself you're putting out there and reeling that back in to a level that you can maintain and manage, right? So I'm gonna come back and check out a message that Lost had posted earlier too, saying, I'm gonna just bring this up. And it's been talked about before, but when I first came to this channel, I had a friendship that I wanted to be a relationship. And that person always sought my opinion. I won't go so far as approval. And that constant desire to support them wrung me dry personally. So when tragedy struck my life, I had nothing left to deal with it, which led to unfortunate events that collapsed that friendship. So it's very important, yes, to take care of yourself. Lost. Man, thank you for sharing that story with us. I know that's a sensitive one for you too. Yeah, like when we don't take care of ourselves and we devote all of our resources to things out and people outside of ourselves, when and this, there's always something that can happen, and it will inevitably happen to some of us at some point. When times get tough in our lives and we find ourselves in a demanding situation, if we are not on top of our self-care, if we have spent all of our resources, we're gonna fall apart. And when we fall apart, the things that we're tied to suffer for it. In Lost's example, it was his close friendship that he at one point wanted to be a relationship, because he devoted himself so deeply to that and didn't, maintain himself. When his life got rough, it drastically impacted his ability to maintain this relationship that he cared so much for, which is bitter irony, because everything he had been doing up to that point was to maintain that relationship and to nurture it and care for it. But because he didn't do the same for himself, his ability to do that diminished. That is a fine example of what compassion fatigue paired with low levels of self-care can look like in all of us. And I think we all have a story similar to Lost's that maybe we're thinking of right now, where I care so much about other people, but there might have been times where the people that I cared about suffered because I didn't care about myself enough. Caring about ourselves is not selfish, contrary to the way that sounds. It's not. It's actually one of the most selfless things we can do as compassionate, empathetic people, because it means that we're going to be able to be there for the people that we care about more. Lily says, I think I also suffer these extreme highs and lows. Like when I'm on a high, I can get stuff done. And then when I'm on a low, I just want to stay in bed for days and do nothing. So you've got like this, like these really like energetic, like points. But I'm not going to call them phases, but like, yeah, just points. Like you go through these really energetic points where you can go, and you can do lots of stuff. And then you have depressions where you're just like, I can't do anything. Is that right, Lily? Have you ever talked to a professional about that before? And I realize how that sounds. I wish that mental health stuff wasn't stigmatized in the way that it is, because hearing someone say that, it should just sound good. But I think that even when I'm saying it and I'm hearing it, I'm like, well, that sounds like you're kind of insinuating something, but it's not. It's like, that's what you do when you're going through stuff like that. Like it's the right thing to do, I think, to talk to somebody who has information about it, right? I do it. I've done it most of my life. There's no shame in it. So I don't want anybody to feel like that's like something that oh, it means something's wrong with me. Like, no, you just have a question, you know? Trying to find the answer. See, Mashi says, in reference to an example of self-care, Mashi says, when you feel that you're hungry and you make yourself something to eat, can't think of something better right now. Right. So, I mean, this is, so doing that, like making yourself something to eat when you're hungry, that's necessity, right? We have to eat. We have to take care of like our needs. And that's, you know, part of our basic hierarchy of needs is, you know, being fed. Beyond eating when, you know, we've been fed already, that could be considered indulgence, right? So, you know, depending on the context around the situation, it could be a couple of different things. So thanks for sharing that, Mashi. CJ says, like, I tend to overextend a lot and drain myself, so it's important to take a step outside of that with a different perspective and take the appropriate steps to realign. Okay. And he continues to say, oh, how can I skip over this? I think it's super duper important to surround yourself with not only good people, but also just things that bring you happiness. Boom, right there. We're getting into it. Surrounding yourself with good people, creating an environment that fosters healing, part of self-care. Absolutely. Bringing things into your life that make you feel happy, surrounding yourself with that, like actively surrounding yourself with that, or placing them in your life with the intention of feeling well, bringing yourself up, self-care. Good job, man. Good examples. Let's see. Faintest to Heart says, as someone who has had codependency issues, I've struggled with self-care and making sure I'm not just giving everything to the world and not doing enough for myself. Yeah, and I've been there too, man. Like, I feel like I spent the majority of my adult life doing that. So I could totally relate. It's hard because you feel like the world teaches you that that's the right thing to do, is to just do for others, right? Like it's considered noble. It's looked at in a positive light. But up until recently, people weren't really talking about how to do that properly, how to manage your own needs and balance them with, you know, doing for others. I think before it was kind of like looked at as like, if it's a selfless act, it's the right thing to do, right? And just kind of leaving it at that. But we've learned, especially recently, that there's a lot of gray area here. There's a lot of things that need to go on behind the scenes and in between those selfless acts to maintain our wellness, so we can continue to do those things that people perceive as good. So CJ says, like, my desktop and phone backgrounds just really foster my imagination. Awesome. That's another example of self-care. You're controlling your environment to affect you in a positive way because you know that will affect you in a positive way. That's a good example of self-care. Recon, what's going on, buddy? Welcome back home, man. Good to see you today. How are you? You came in at a good time. We're talking about self-care and compassion fatigue. So, you know, if you have any food for thought or things to share on this subject, feel free to. Jen says, somewhat related. I actually think systematically females have this role to always nurture and care for everyone before themselves, which then gets ingrained to who you are. It makes self-care feel guilty. Yeah, I think that could be part of it too. I mean, I've witnessed that. What do they call that? Like, it's an evolutionary psychology thing, right? Like the maternal instinct, right? Yeah, I've seen that before, and I can see how that would be almost institutionalized as well, which would make it difficult for a woman to practice self-care, if not for the simple fact that they're also struggling with a stigma that's kind of associated with that too. That's something I actually hadn't thought about before until you brought that up, so that's pretty cool of you to talk about that. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, so we're still talking about self-care. I'm still looking for examples of self-care. I'm gonna catch up on chat a little bit, and then I'll talk more in depth about this. because I've learned a thing or two about this recently. Lily said, yep, and that's right. And no, I have never talked to anyone. I talked to Dylan about how I felt, and he was just like, go get medicated. So it kind of put me off talking to anyone. All right, let's talk about that for a minute. Lily, thank you for sharing. I'm sorry that was the experience that you had when you brought that up to Dylan, because that's not the right answer in my opinion. As a supportive friend that you should be providing. One, unless he's a qualified medical professional, he shouldn't be making any recommendations like that anyway. Two, this is part of the stigma of mental health and mental illness. Everyone assumes that if you're suffering from something mental illness related, you should get medicated. Now, I'm not gonna say that you should or shouldn't, because maybe you are dealing with something where medication could help you, but it should never be assumed that that is the way, like that's the only way you treat it. Because what that tells me is that like that's the answer, and that's what society perceives as the answer to mental health issues, which sucks because it's very clinical. It's an archaic approach to recovering from mental health related issues, and it can sometimes get us into some sticky situations, if not for the fact that we're now going to be dealing with the stigma associated with medication, because we all know that there is some stigma that comes with that. There shouldn't be. There's nothing wrong with taking medications for anything. Almost all of us take some, by the way. Like if you've taken an aspirin, you've been on meds. You know, like if you've drinking caffeine, it's not the same as being on meds, but you've taken a drug, you know? Your coffee, your energy drinks, it all kind of falls into that. You've put a substance into your body. Yet for some reason, it's stigmatized when it comes to mental health. It's very frustrating. But my point is that that's something that you deal with, that anybody who takes meds deals with. And that's part of the frustration too, with the assumption that like the only way to deal with mental health and mental illness is to get medicated. So this is where talking with a professional comes in handy. Will this professional, or could this professional recommend that you take medications? Sure, they could. They could also provide you numerous other options to deal with what you're dealing with as well. There is an assumption that they all will only prescribe medications and try to get you on something. That does happen, but you know, if you're talking to the right person, then there's a lot of different options for you. It's like this is important to know too, so I'm just gonna put it out there because some of it's common knowledge, but for some of us it may not be. If you go talk to a psychiatrist's job is typically to identify and diagnose what a person is experiencing and then prescribe medication to treat it. Okay, so your psychiatrist is going to be the one most of the time, if not all the time, who is prescribing you medication to treat mental illness or mental health issues. A psychiatrist is a psychologist in nature, in that it is something that they've done with their psychiatric knowledge. But a psychologist can also be a therapist. A therapist is also a psychologist, right? So the psychologist is like the foundational thing. Then you can specialize in psychiatry, you can specialize in therapy, you can specialize in social work, you know, various other things. The reason why this is important to understand is because, one, I personally used to get psychologists and psychiatrists confused, which I think is very easy to do. But two, I think when we think about talking to a mental health professional, most of us are thinking about that psychiatrist. you speak to a therapist, they're going to employ therapy. That makes sense, right? Therapy is a very good way to address one's mental health. You can think of it as the mental health equivalent to going to talk to your family doctor. What do you do when you go to your family doctor? They give you checkups. They ask you health-related questions. You talk to them about any medical or health issues that you're experiencing, and then they try to assess what's going on with you, and if treatment is needed, help get you to the places that you need to go, refer you to those treatments, right? Therapists can do the same thing, just for your brain, which is awesome. I think most of us kind of think of them as psychiatrists, though. Like, they're not going to be the ones that are prescribing you medications. They're going to be the ones who are helping you develop wellness tools, mindfulness, self-care practices that might supplement medication if you do end up getting on medication. Might even take the place of medication if you're successful in employing those skills, so that you don't, you alleviate the need for taking medication. Therapists are great. And then, your counselors, I always, in my mind, again, I'm not giving like professional medical advice here. I'm just giving you my perspective and perception as a peer who has been in mental health services for a large period of my life. Counselors, I've always viewed them as like therapist light, They essentially seem to do the same thing in my experience, just maybe not as extensively as my therapist would have. So when I'm talking about this, the reason I'm talking about this like this is to sort of break down how many different layers there are for talking to a professional about stuff like this. My therapist, who I miss terribly because she has been so helpful throughout my life as an adult, taught me so many things to deal with my mental health issues. Those of y'all who don't know, I have bipolar disorder type 2. I was also diagnosed with ADHD. And I have had those diagnoses since I was between 5 and 6 years old. I was re-diagnosed with the same conditions at 12 years old, and I've lived most of my life with them. So I have also, managed this without the support of medication since I was in 7th grade. So I would have been 12. And wow, kind of putting those two things together really puts things in perspective. I think my second diagnosis, that means the second diagnosis I got was around the time that I started getting off my medication, which that's kind of cool to think about. I'm not saying this to you, if anybody out there takes medications, I'm not saying this to recommend that you get off of them, all right? So please don't interpret this as that. My purpose for expressing this is to reinforce the idea that medication is but one avenue to recovery and to supporting yourself with whatever you're dealing with in your mental health. Why am I talking about all this? Well, Lily had brought up the point that, they hadn't talked to a professional about them experiencing these extreme highs where they feel like they can get a lot done and they can go, and then these extreme lows where they're depressed and they can't even get out of bed. But they talked to their friend about that, and their friend was just like, you should go get on meds. Which, what was Lily's response to that? It put her off. It put her off on talking to anybody. It made her clam up, right? No one wants to hear that. Like, it makes you feel like there's something wrong with you. Like you need to be medicated because you're weird or something like that. And I didn't like the way that made me feel. I'm not going to talk to anybody about that anymore because I don't want them to make me feel like that. That sucks. And it's understandable for Lily to feel that way. I've felt that way. I felt that way throughout most of my life because people treated me differently, because my emotional experience was different than theirs. It scared them. And that fear comes from stigma. Stigma sucks, man. Stigma is hard to combat and to fight against. But it is all perception. I make it a point now to talk about my mental illness with people because I want them to see me for who I am, for one thing. Most of the time I talk to people about this after they've gotten to know me a little bit, but not always. Sometimes I just throw it out there. The whole reason I do that is because, one, I want to give them a chance to deal with that emotion, to sit with that awkwardness, to face that fear, and then to see me beyond that. Sometimes people don't. Sometimes people only see that diagnosis and they get stuck on it. But the fact remains that, like, I live my life. I have a career. I have a partner. I have done really good things for myself. And, you know, I've done things that I thought I would never be able to do, that I think if people saw that and then correlated that, like, here's this person that has done all these things, they have a mental health diagnosis. Wait a minute. Doesn't that sort of conflict with what my perceptions of mental illness is? I thought people with mental illness were supposed to be stuck at home and on meds all the time or in the hospital. Like, that's why I talk about it, because I want to challenge that idea. I think it's important to. And I'm talking with you all about it today because I want you to see yourselves as more than just that too. I want you to see that when people make you feel like, oh, there's something wrong with you just because you expressed how you felt, and that something stood out to you, that it's okay to express that, and that other people might not know how to respond to it, and they'll even respond inappropriately. And that, yes, that's gonna make you feel like you wanna clam up, and that's a natural response too, but you don't have to stop there. Don't let other people make that decision for you. If you feel like you need some support, go get that support. If anything, know that some long-haired guy over in Pennsylvania supports the hell out of you going to get that support. I want you to do that if you want that for yourself. It's not a requirement. No one's gonna mandate that you do it, but you deserve it if that's what you want. You deserve to get that support. And it's fine. Like, it sucks that this happens, and I wish that your friend didn't make you feel that way. I doubt that he meant to either. Like, I doubt that he realized that that's the effect that it was going to have on you for him to say that. But I'm still sorry to hear that it happened, and it just goes to show that, you know, that perception that comes from that stigma, it affects a lot of people. So let's see. I know I'm a bit behind on the chat here. So Lily had said, you know, to bring context to the Dylan talk, was I had a scary moment where I had a razor blade in my hand, and that's what he told was just and that's when he told you just go get medicated. So yeah, it put me off talking to anyone. Wow. So not only did you express to him how you were feeling these extreme highs and lows, but you were also like, you had a razor blade in your hand. Was the context there that, like, it looked like you were going to self-harm, or were you like, and this is going to sound really personal, please forgive me, you don't have to answer if you're not comfortable with it. Like, did you self-harm while he was there? And that's why he told you to just go get medicated? Which, I mean, if that was the case, that would be, I'm just going to say it, that would be really crappy of him. Like, what a thing to say when a person's facing something like that. But the way it's framed the way I'm framing it, what you said, the way I'm hearing it, is that you were kind of in a point of crisis, and you were trying to open up about it, and your friend's response to your crisis was, go take some pills. And that didn't make you feel supported, didn't make you feel good. It made you feel like something was wrong with you, right? And nothing's wrong with you, Lily. Like, you're okay. And I'm not saying that to dismiss what you're going through. I'm saying that because you're a human being. You're a regular person, just like all of us here. You have your own set of challenges that you deal with and your own barriers that you overcome and work to overcome. We all stumble as human beings, every single one of us. And we all have these challenging moments where we're at low points, where we're at our wits' end, and we don't really know how to get through it in the moment. And we're challenged to rise above it and to push through it. That is part of the human experience. So I say that because I don't want you to feel like because you experienced that moment and you opened up to somebody and that somebody made you feel, whether it was intentional or not, like you were less than somebody. That feeling is not true. The feeling is valid, but it is not a true assessment of who you are. You're Lily. You had a tough moment. That's what happened. Thank you for sharing this with us, by the way. We were talking about vulnerability earlier in the stream and how difficult it can be to open up and be our genuine selves. I had said something to the effect of it takes a lot of courage to do that. So I want to point out and let you know that I see that courage that you're having to pull up right now to talk about this with us here today, because I know it's not just something that you just do, you know. There's some working up to that. So thank you for trusting us. So Lily said, that's exactly how I felt to my assessment of it earlier. I cried for hours after that. All I needed was my best friend, and he wasn't there, and I was having a major mental breakdown, and I think that's why our friendship fell apart. So much to like Lost was saying earlier, in his experience, it seems like this is a similar kind of situation almost, where, like Lost, you're at a low point, you had something that's happening to you, and you're struggling, and you feel like your friend wasn't able to be there to support you in the way that you needed. And the way that you responded to that may or may not have had something to do with what came next, which seems like your friendship started falling apart, as what you said, right? Now, I'm not saying this in a way to like place blame on you. I'm saying this with compassion because I have been there too. I had several friendships that this has played a part in affecting. One of my best friends who I used to play in a band with, he was very supportive of me for a long time. Let me talk about what I was going through in my relationship troubles. Let me talk to him about my depression and, the self-harm and suicidality that I was experiencing through some difficult times in my life. He was there to talk with me about this stuff. And after a while, he experienced compassion fatigue. We didn't talk very much for a while, or he avoided me. Not because he didn't care, but because he just couldn't do it. And my response to that, and this is, I want to point out that there is some difference between what I'm explaining right now, what Lily went through and what Lost went through. Because in their situations, they had someone who wasn't really being supportive of them at their low points. In my situation, this person was being supportive of me at my low points, but it was so often that they experienced compassion fatigue and were unable to keep being there for me. The point that I'm trying to get at is that my response was similar in that I felt like I needed support in a certain way. I needed someone to be there for me, and suddenly they weren't there for me anymore. And it caused me to respond in a way that was like, I think I felt like they didn't care about me anymore. And I said something to him like I was being cold to him. I was like, he told me something he was going through, and I was just like, whatever. I brushed it off, and I was like, you know, you don't really care about what I'm going through right now. I'm not going to bother you with my problems anymore. Which puts strain on that relationship. Like, you see how that happens, though, is that we find ourselves in these vulnerable points. We're dealing with like a crisis, and if we don't have the support, then we can feel abandoned. We can feel like, you know, nobody cares about us, and then we're going to respond to that feeling. Sometimes that feeling comes from a very rational and logical place, like what happened with my friend. Of course he's going to be feeling that way at that point, because he had spent the last couple years dealing with my stuff, and I didn't really give him a break from it. And I was doing stuff to perpetuate those problems that I was going through. I wasn't taking care of myself. I wasn't doing what I needed to do to get through what I was going through. And I was expecting my supports to just constantly be there. And in my mind, I think I wanted them to fix it for me. That put them in a position where they were going to get fatigued, and they couldn't do that. Yet I still interpreted it as them doing something wrong, and I responded as if they didn't care, which wasn't fair to them. So that's, you know, this is kind of like a big difference in context to my situation compared to Lily and Lost, but I responded to it in a similar way. I broke down and cried for hours. I felt like I was alone. I felt like my life was falling apart, and I felt like nobody cared. And I felt like I needed to shut down and close up and keep to myself. I brought up kind of a complex example, and I apologize for that, because I don't want the moral of my story here to be that you shouldn't reach out for support from your friends. You should, especially if you've got them there. Like, let them be there for you. Make sure you're taking care of yourself too, and don't expect them to fix it for you. Know that, like, they're there to help you get through your tough times, but you have to be the one that does the work.
It's not the same one. I thought it would be different.
Whoa.
I thought it would be a bunch of different ones.
Look at that.
Right?
Did Joss come in here and I missed it? Thanks for that caster, man. You guys, go check out Joss. Show him some love and support. This man right down here. No, the bot responded to it. I don't know, it might have just been that it didn't respond in the chat. I see what you mean.
Like, when it pops back up.
Yeah, I don't know.
See, Fighting Pit Warriors.
I don't know why that happened.
Like, I thought that was...
This is a long clip. There we go. It was supposed to show up with like a link and stuff too. I don't know why it didn't go off properly. It might be something that I have set improperly. But anyway, what's up, Joss? Welcome in, man. How you doing today? Enjoy your walk with the dog, buddy. So, like I said, I don't want the takeaway to be don't reach out to your friends for support. Definitely do that. Make sure you're taking care of yourself and doing the legwork to get your life to where it needs to be alongside reaching out for support. But the takeaway from this, though, is that when we feel like we're trying to be vulnerable, we're trying to open ourselves up, and we either have people who are saying things that make us feel rejected or that make us feel like there's something wrong with us, or simply aren't there, we close up. We hurt and then we close up because we don't want to hurt like that again, which inevitably makes the problem worse over time. We just end up bottling all that stuff up, and that's something that I think is really hard to deal with. You know, it's harder, makes it harder to recover from those experiences. So my point that I want to get at here with your situation specific, Lily, is that I'm sorry that you went through that and that you felt alone and that you felt like you wanted to close up after you tried to be vulnerable. And I would like to offer you some strength to keep trying to open yourself up. Like, you went through that and then you told us here about that experience. I don't know if you realize, but you actually gave yourself another chance to open up. And it allowed us to be here for you in that context and to support you. That can happen whenever you are vulnerable and open yourself up. The former situation with Dylan can also happen, but this is the most important part, is that this can happen. And this is what you're looking for. I think this is what we're all looking for whenever we try to open up and be vulnerable. And getting this, like, how does it feel to have this kind of response, Lily? Because in my situations, whenever people hear me out and just listen and then are in my corner when I'm experiencing vulnerable moments or crisis moments, it makes me feel like it doesn't take away what I'm going through, but it makes me feel like I can get through it. And it's encouraging. It makes me want to do it again next time that I'm going through something like this. It makes me be like, yeah, last time that I was in a crisis moment and I felt like I wanted to hurt myself, I told my friends, and my friends were there for me, and it made it easier for me to get through it. Like, those are the experiences that I will pull from to continue to encourage myself to get help. When it comes to professionals, talking to a professional about what you're feeling, like, they can give you even more than what we give. In that we can give support, we can give compassion, we can give acceptance, and, you know, we'll walk beside you through it. A professional will work alongside you as well, but they'll be able to provide you explanations. They can provide you some answers. They can provide you some methods and tools and avenues to feel better. In my experience, it's always been worth it to pursue that. I have also found it difficult to pursue that, but it's always been worth it. And it's that hope that I want to leave you with on this subject, Lily, because I understand where you're coming from with where you just tried to open up and it made you feel like you needed to close up because of what happened. And that makes you hesitant to talk about it further. But good things can happen when you talk about it further too. And when you talk about these things with the right people, they can really help you out. You got this. There's a lot of tough things that are going on in your life right now. And I'm not going to minimize it and just say that, like, oh, it's all just going to be a learning experience and like, you know, something like that. Like, I mean, that'll be true in the future, but this is not the time for something like that. Like, it's hard right now. You're working hard to get through this right now. And I think that much is true. But I do want to say that I can see you overcoming this. I can see you getting through it. And we're here to walk beside you while you go through that. You don't have to do it alone. Also, I saw your messages earlier. When you're talking about, like, you know, that you're going to self-harm, you sent a picture and stuff like that. That's super sucky that's what he said in response to that. That's not the right way to respond to something like that. I'll tell you, if it were me, like if somebody had talked to me, said, "Hey, Fence, I am just feeling terrible and I don't know what to do, and I'm going through a really hard time right now and I just feel like I can't handle it," and they sent me a picture of them like self-harming, one, I would feel a little triggered, because I've struggled with self-harm throughout much of my life. And that stuff always sort of, you know, reopens that kind of wound, so to speak, and makes me be like sort of relive stuff. But I've developed tools at this point to work through that kind of stuff. So one, I would experience that, I would work through it, and then I would say, like to myself, I'd be like, this person is really having a hard time, and they just trusted me with a really deep and vulnerable part of themselves, and that must have been terrifying for them to do. They are reaching out for support. The last thing I'm gonna do is brush it off or give them a quick fix solution. I'm gonna sit with them and talk with them. I'm so sorry to hear that you're going through that. What, I want you to be okay, and I care about you, love you. What are you experiencing right now? Why do you feel this way? What's going on? I'm gonna ask questions. I'm gonna try to understand why this person feels this way, why they're trying to cope this way. And self-harm is one of those things that people avoid talking about a lot, but I just want to point something out about it. Self-harm is a coping mechanism. It's not a healthy one, but it is a coping mechanism. People do it because they're trying to get through what they're going through. And it is a method for them to endure the emotional pain that they're experiencing. Everyone has a different specific answer for why they do it, but I think it's looked at on the outside as something that, like, oh, this person wants to kill themselves. And then people think about, well, like, oh, the person wants to kill themselves, like they must think that like they're just trying to get attention, or like I don't know. I'm getting stuck on they just want to get attention thing, because that one frustrates me so much. So I'm kind of derailing a little bit. But if someone wants attention, we always have to ask ourselves why. Why does someone want attention? Of course, if you're struggling and you're having a hard time and you're telling people about your self-harm, or you're saying that you're feeling suicidal, yeah, that person's experiencing something heavy. They're in crisis. They're struggling, and they want someone to know about it so that they can get help. They want someone to be there for them. I don't know. I wish people didn't say like they're just seeking attention, because I'm just gonna flat out say it's dumb. That's a dumb assessment to make, and it's a natural one that I have also made in my past too. But like that is a cop out. Is something that says like, I don't want to think about why that person wants attention, because their need for attention is inconveniencing me. We should ask questions. I don't want to stay on my soapbox on that one for too long, because I would get all frustrated, and that's not my point in talking about this. My point in exploring what was brought up here, when somebody says or displays that they are self-harming, there's misconceptions that are associated with it. The first one that people think, obviously, is that that person's suicidal, and that might be the case, but it's not what that means, like 100%. A lot of times it means someone's going through something that is so emotionally distressing that they don't know how to cope with it in any other way, and that is their outlet.
May your heart be your guiding key.
Wise words. But that is their outlet for the pain that they're experiencing. They're just trying to get through it. Like I said, it's an unhealthy coping skill, but it is a coping skill that they're using. That person needs support to develop other healthy coping skills so that they can get through those things in healthier ways. But they're already trying to get through it. They're just asking for some help. And then that's what Lily needed in that moment. That's what I've needed in those moments in my past. And is it scary to see? Yeah. Is it triggering for those of us who have also gone through it? Yeah, understandably so. But the meaning behind it is, it's an SOS, everybody. It's an SOS. If you ever encounter this in your life, where somebody has talked about suicidal ideation. And apologies for so much of the suicide self-harm talk today for those of you who have struggled with this. I know this is a trigger, and I should have issued a trigger warning earlier. I apologize for that. If you feel like you need to step away or take a break, please feel free to do that. I don't want you guys to be in a emotionally compromising situation because of this discussion. But it is a discussion that I feel like is worth having. So like I said, if you need to step away, please do so. But yeah, if you find yourself in a situation where someone else is expressing suicidality, is expressing that they're self-harming, just be there for them. You don't have to fix it. You don't have to know the answer. I get it, it's scary. But please ask them what's going on with them. And when they tell you nothing, I'm fine, ask again. Because they're not going to tell you right away. And it's not because they're attention seeking. It's because they have been asked that question and been vulnerable, and people have shut them down. And that hurts. And it makes their experience worse. They're afraid you're going to do the same thing. So it's okay to be a little persistent. If the person is going to refuse to talk to you about it, then they're going to refuse to talk to you about it. Most people do not expect that second. Are you really okay though? You know, it just usually doesn't happen. And that second, what's going on? Are you really okay? And save lives. It can make all the difference. It's worth that effort. And if you're going through that, if you're a person who is experiencing that, I get that it's scary to open up. Do your best to allow people to be there for you if you see them trying to be there for you. In the moment, it's really difficult. It's really difficult because in the moment, you're not thinking about all this that we're talking about. You're overcome with these really powerful emotions, and they're weighing on you. They're consuming everything that you're feeling, that you're thinking, that you're seeing. You're not going to be able to think about that all the time in those situations. And so I'm not saying this to be like, oh, you should set aside how you're feeling and just give people the benefit of the doubt when you're in that moment. I'm saying this so that maybe whenever you experience that moment again, or if you experience that moment for the first time, maybe through some point in that experience, you might remember this conversation. And that might allow you to open up. That might allow you to let someone be there. And I hope for that. That's what I want. Because it's hard. These are tough things to go through. Lily said earlier, it feels great to know I can say what I need to say and not get judged or put down. It's amazing. This is my safe spot, to be honest. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm really, really glad. That's the whole point. This is supposed to be a safe spot for everybody. Whether it's you, whether it's me, whether it's Oru or Jin or Mashi or anybody else who comes in here. We want this to be a safe space for everybody to be able to open up and share about themselves and not be judged and just receive support. Does that mean that we are just gonna cater to every single person and, you know, hold your hand? No, that's not what that means. But we don't have to do that in order to just have unconditional support for a person, you know? We can't protect everybody from every little thing that's going to frustrate them or upset them or hurt them. But we can provide a space that is going to be non-judgmental and open to anybody who has something that they need to share and that they need support with. To the best of our abilities, we'll walk beside you all through it. At least to the extent of what we can do on a Twitch channel. You know, we have to understand this is a thing. Like, this is what it is. This is a stream. This is an online community. Our level of support that we can provide is limited, but it's meaningful. And if there's something that goes beyond our means to provide in terms of support, we can refer to someone or something that can provide you that support. And we're happy to do so. Zephyret, I just saw your message and I'm so sorry I didn't see it earlier. I'm gonna read what your experience is right now. I see them. I see them here. I see that you saw, or that you're saying your messages keep conflicting, but I can read them here. It says, I'm stuck in a sexually abusive relationship and need to know if I'm valid in my feelings or not. Zephyret, am I saying that right? Please feel free to share. This is a no judgment zone, like I explained earlier. So we're happy to hear your story and what's going on. And we'll provide you with the best support that we can as peers who share lived experience. Yeah, please feel free to talk about it. Any way is the right way. What if I was like, Zephriti? Zephyret. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not being inappropriately silly here. You're going through something, but I am try to keep things light when I can. I like that name though. I'm interested in knowing where it came from. That would work too. Well, you're really giving me the benefit of the doubt here, Fareed. I see now why the message is conflicting. There is that one word from our block terms in it. Oh, okay. Let me check the Keepers camp real quick. Thanks for your support, Keepers. I appreciate that. All right, give me a sec. Okay. All right. So, trigger warning to anybody out there who has experienced or been close to someone who has experienced sexual abuse. What Zephyret is talking about is laden with that kind of subject matter. So if you need to step away, feel free to. But I'm going to read what they have sent to us here. What's going on with them. So, oh, like Furret, I see, like the Pokemon. Okay, so Furret, gotcha. So Furret says, they pressured me into dirty talking and I conformed. And they called me a dirty slut and pathetic if I didn't share what sexual thoughts I was having. They offer porn for me and I'm underage. And they call me a coward when I don't want to speak about stuff. That's terrible. That is terrible. I am sorry to hear that this is what's happening to you. So, okay, just because of the nature of this, I have to doubly make sure that, one, are you okay with having this discussion in this type of forum? Because you've said a couple of things here to me that, you know, do show cause for concern. One, you're underage. And so I know that sometimes sharing information can put you in a compromised position just because of that. And two, this person has put you in compromising positions. So those two things make me, you know, I want to talk with you about this. Okay, you don't have anywhere else to talk about it. So, okay. I'm going to call for everybody to be supportive of this individual and to, you know, work together while we talk through this. So you, Furret, you asked, that's okay. Don't worry about the foggy brain. You know, if I was going through something like this too, I think my brain would be clouded as well. This is a lot to try to process. So help me understand. Like, you came in here with the, like, you wanted to talk about it with the intention of having your feelings validated. Is that correct? So how can we support you with that? What I'm seeing here is you are pressured into this sexual encounter, and that they, after you, like, agreed to it, they made you feel ashamed of the way that you were conforming to it. And then they offered you pornography, which is highly inappropriate considering that you're underage. And then made you feel bad, made you feel like a coward, as you said, because you didn't want to speak about that stuff. Right? Great. If I was someone who isn't a native speaker, oh no, you're doing great. Like, I would never have known had you not said anything. So Burt says, I just need to know if this is abuse or if I'm being sensitive. So I'm gonna collect opinions here in a minute. Furt says, I told them I didn't want to do it, but they called me dirty and said, are you scared to be called out for the dirty? And that you are? I'm assuming that word was like slut. Yeah. So one, my assessment of the situation as, again, not a mental health professional, just as a human being, you just told us that this person sort of strong-armed you, like pressured you into a situation that you were already uncomfortable with, right? You told them that you didn't want to do this, and I don't even want to give this other person the benefit of the doubt, because the way that they've done it is so scummy, in my opinion. So you told them you didn't want to do it, and they told you these really nasty things, that you were dirty, because you're not engaging it in the way that they want you to engage in it. This thing that you are already not okay with or comfortable engaging in to begin with. If you're asking for our opinion, I agree with chat. This is not okay. I would view this as abuse. And there's manipulation and coercion going on as well. And they're using tactics that fall in line with that, trying to make you feel ashamed and guilty for not engaging in it in the way that they want you to, because it's not going the way that they wanted it to. So okay. So Furt said, it's like we've been jokingly sexual with each other and all that, and I don't know if I was just asking for it. I told them I felt embarrassed. So, you know, I always think that context matters, so I appreciate that you share that. If you guys have like a history of like making sexual jokes and things like that, I can see how maybe that led to this situation, but I still don't think that it makes it acceptable that it happened in this way and to this degree. Like, the degree of which this person is saying things to you is so unacceptable in my eyes. Like, chat, I gotta say, like, sexuality and sexual scenarios can get complicated, right? Because there's something that, like, when, and I'm gonna speak from a perspective of like a consenting adult. When you've got two consenting adults that are engaging in sexual activity, there's different rules that are being applied here, right? You might say things to one another that you would never say in other contexts. You know, there's just a lot that's going on there. The context of the situation changes things, you know? So, like, yeah, some of these things that they have expressed, if both individuals are consenting, and they're of age for one thing, because this is child abuse if one is an adult and the other is not. If we're talking about two consenting individuals who are engaging in this type of activity and they're saying the things that they're saying were being said to them, like what Furret said was being said to them, that could be okay if both parties are okay with it. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds really insulting and terrible, but if that's what, floats your boat, and you're two people who are okay with that, then that's fine. But as soon as one person's not, it's not okay. And you can't force a situation to make it okay. And under no circumstances is Furret's situation, in my mind, one where they were asking for it or one where they're being too sensitive. I think every individual has a right to express when they're not comfortable with something, and it's the other person's job to respect that. And if they don't, there's a problem. I have the same question that Lost has, and I know Furret said that they'd be right back. Hopefully they come back soon and kind of clarify this for us. I have the same question. Is this person that was putting pressure on you an adult? So I have not personally experienced this type of abuse, though I have spoken with a lot of people who have. I appreciate everybody else's assessment of this situation as well, and for you to be supportive. I very, very much appreciate that. And, I wonder, like, has anybody experienced something like this before? And if so, the only reason I'm asking is because I would like to know how you handled that, if you did. Like, how did you get out of that? How did you work through that? Furret, thank you for that follow. And thank you for being here to share your story with us and talk with us about this. We're still right here for you. Lilith said, I'm kind of worried for them now because none of this is right is okay. Of course not. Yeah, of course it's not. And it's okay. I'm glad that you're worried. That shows that you're human. I'm worried too. Lilith says they've experienced it, and Jen says that they've experienced it as well. Guys, I'm sorry. Like, these are things that nobody should have to go through, and well, this might be meaningless to say, but I don't understand why people can feel like that is an appropriate way to handle the situation, and to put people in compromising positions like that, how they can think that's appropriate. I don't understand that. Again, probably meaningless for me to say. Everybody else feels that too, and knows that it's wrong, but it's just so sad to me and upsetting. I wish this stuff didn't happen. So Furret, you're in good company. You're in a safe place here. You have people that are not only going to be here for you in this moment, but also know that you're with people who have shared experience and they have gotten through it as well. So you're amongst good people. Masha, you had some friends that did too. It's okay. You don't have to remember the details. I kind of wanted to get not necessarily a tally, but like a read of the room on what this is for those of us that are here to be reading this right now. And like I said earlier, to know if anybody has experience sharing on like what their experience was that they would feel comfortable sharing, and how they got through it. This would be a great time to like offer that kind of support as it's appropriate. Or it says, I feel so sick. I feel sick that this is happening to me again, and I feel sick that the anxiety is getting so harsh. People say, you think you would learn after I've been sexually abused multiple times, and they say, just forget about them. But I can't. You can't simply forget about that. Burrit, listen, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for so many things right here. Like, one, I can't believe that, well, I don't want to say it like that. It saddens me that this has happened to you multiple times. And I want to say that the way you feel about it in response to people who have told you just forget about it, or like you think you would learn, like that's not how trauma works. These experiences are traumatic. And they compound on each other. It creates cycles. And trauma, you can't just forget about. It follows you. We experience traumatic experiences and we pack it away in our closet and shut the door so we don't have to deal with it. And then we try to go through our lives and our days, and then, inevitably that door opens up and it spills on top of us. Like, that's how that works. You can't just forget about it. And you shouldn't be expected to. Maybe those who are saying these things to you don't quite understand what it feels like or what you're experiencing. Because maybe they haven't gone through it themselves, or maybe they haven't been close to someone who has been able to provide them that perspective. What you're experiencing right now is valid. It is what a person who is going through what you're going through, I think, would be experiencing. It's not your fault. I want to reiterate that. It's been said here in the chat too, but I really want to point that out as well. It is not your fault. Burrit said they were a really close friend, and I hate that not only I've been fucked over again, but that I have to either get rid of my friend, confront, or disappear, or just live with it. They say, you really attract these kinds of people, don't you? That is so counterproductive. This is why my account is so new. I'm moving because I don't want to be followed anywhere. Okay, I completely understand that. And considering that you wanted to share this kind of story in this kind of public forum too, I also understand the comfort and anonymity with that. So I'm glad that you found a way that could facilitate you being able to express this and talk about it. Again, I'm sorry this is happening to you right now, but thank you so much for talking with us about it and reaching out for support. So, was the close friend the abuser, or was the close friend somebody that, like the person that said this to you, that, you really attract these kinds of people? And let me go out on a limb here and say, I mean, I don't know you personally. I don't know your life story. But that is something that insinuates that you brought this on yourself and that it's your fault. This is not your fault. You don't just bring this on yourself. Nobody wants these things to happen to them. Nobody wants to keep letting these things happen to them, or nobody makes these things happen. Like, at least when I'm talking from the victim perspective here. Like, no one goes out there and is like, I want to be abused today, like that's wild. But that's what this person is insinuating when they say you really attract these kinds of people. And I want to point out that that is not how I'm seeing it. I don't think that's how anybody in the chat is seeing it. I think that this is something that has happened to you, that you are put into a compromising position. Someone took advantage of your vulnerability. And when you tried to stand up for yourself and express that you didn't want to be a part of this anymore, they made you feel ashamed about it. So I am just, man, I'm so frustrated for you. Seems like they had to get up and step away. for one reason or another. This is a tough one, everybody. This is, like I said earlier in the stream, sometimes these things can get heavy because there's real stuff that happens in life. This is one of those times. So I hope that, you know, Furret comes back and that we're able to talk with him further. I'm sad for them on this. None of this stuff should be happening. And I want to read some of the experiences that y'all in the chat have shared for support. I appreciate you opening up about this and like letting this person know that they are not alone in what they're going through. Lilith shared that the guy that they met online had said that they were 25 when you were 21, and he drove to meet you. He gave you a pill and then drove me down a 2-lane road, and that's when it happened. And come to find out they were 30 and lied to me. Holy crap. Oh my God. Lily, I'm so sorry. That is ridiculous. That is terrible. So like that was like this stuff that Furret's talking about here. Is this how you felt about that as well? I mean, I know that it's a little bit different, obviously, but like thematically, it's the same. Like is how you felt pretty in line with how Furret has been expressing here? Jin says, it feels so overwhelming and I'm sorry that you've been through this. I've been through it a couple times too, and no, it's not your fault. None of it is. Jin also said that you're doing what I had a tough time doing when I went through it, and that was talk with people. And I will say, when I didn't hold it in anymore, it helped me not feel crazy. And that's what this stuff can do. I mean, this is like, there's the in the moment. There's the stuff that happened that we can't go back and change. We can't prevent or fix, right? But then there's the long-term effects. This would make a person feel crazy. They keep it to themselves all the time. They're dealing with the trauma. They're dealing with the stress that is involved with it. They're having nightmares. They're flinching at people because they're afraid of what's going to come. This is stuff that people live with, and then they can't talk about it. Then they deal with that alone. And that is, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. And I think when something like this happens, like, it's easy to not talk about it. Not to say that it's easy to deal with while you're not talking about it. I'm saying that it's easier not to talk about it because you're dealing, when you're trying to talk about it, there's shame involved, there's guilt involved, and there's fear involved. And from my experiences with talking with somebody who has gone through this stuff, they didn't want to open up about it because they felt gross. 2, they felt like they were going to be rejected by their community, whether that was their friends, their family members. They felt like it was their fault that this happened to them, and they were silent because they were afraid of being ostracized, because how could they let this happen to them? Like, it's devastating. So I will second what Jen said, and that Furret's ability to talk here is massive. To be able to express what happened to them is huge. And it's not going to take away or fix the situation or the problem, but it is an important step to being able to understand the validity in what one feels after going through something like this, and then to seek support. I hope that, like I said, I hope that they come back, because I would like to know, one, if there's any way that we can refer up and refer out to provide or at least get them in touch with someone who could provide better support. But you know, we can only do what we can in that situation here. Burrit, welcome back. Are you okay? I mean, that sounds like a bad question, and so forgive me for saying, like, asking an ignorant question there. But are you safe right now? You went to grab something to eat. Okay. But you are safe right now. Yeah, I wouldn't expect your answer to the I'm okay to be like, yeah. Like, what I meant to ask was if you're safe. So thanks for letting us know that you're safe. It's understandable that you're not okay right now. I wouldn't be. There's 2 people in the chat right now who are sharing their experience as well, and they weren't. I would encourage you, if you haven't seen them already, to, you know, because while you stepped out, they had spoken about some of their experience to relate with yours. Please scroll up in the chat a little bit and sort of read through. I want you to know that you're not alone, because this is something that happens to a lot of people, and it shouldn't happen to anybody, but it does. And I think there's something to be said about knowing that you're not alone and going through it. Where it says, this is online abuse, but this makes me question also the validity of my situation. I agree with you. Yes, it is online abuse. So you saying that the context of this was in an online setting, like over like a Discord thing or something like that, I'm assuming. Can you help me understand what you mean when you say it makes you question the validity of your situation? Okay, Discord. And excuse the third degree here. I'm not trying to grill you. This is a very important question. But like, is this person like a peer of yours, like a minor alongside you, or are they like an adult? Because that's important to know too. Some people think that if it didn't happen physically, says Furrit, then it doesn't count as abuse. No way. No one here, man. No one here thinks that. That is a huge misconception. Abuse takes so many different forms. It doesn't have to just be physical to be abuse. There's emotional abuse, sexual abuse, which can be linked with emotional abuse. Like this stuff, abuse is a violation of a person's well-being and rights. If an action that someone is taking does those things, it's abuse. It doesn't matter if it's physical or otherwise. Peer, they're your age. Okay. Thank you for letting us know. Jen also shared that the first time this happened, it was something online that progressed to in real life, but it started on AIM. It's still not right. The AOL Instant Messenger, man. Anybody here use that? Shoot, man. I remember using that in MSN Messenger. It's really taking it back. But I digress. Lily says long ago. Yeah. Lily says, in my opinion, abuse is abuse no matter if it's online or not. It's still abuse. Agreed. Absolutely. And what Jen says is right too. It's abuse. It doesn't matter if it was in person or if it was online or if it was over the phone. or if it was sent through the mail. Like it's abuse. Lily says, trust me, I've been there emotionally, verbally, physically, and mentally. Been through all those types of abuses. So Lily, you understand very well. And I mean, my heart goes out to you too. My heart goes out to so many of you guys in the chat right now. This is one of those situations where like I understand that we're all people here who have lived experience and have been through a lot of really difficult, trying experiences in our lifetimes. And it's stuff like this where we get to, it sort of gets highlighted. And like you're all such good people. And it just breaks my heart to hear about this stuff. And I mean, I'm right there with you in terms of like going through my own traumatic experiences and through my own abuses. You know, it's stuff that you carry with you as trauma, and you went through it, and it changes who you are, right? It's not stuff we talk about all the time. It's not stuff we like want to bring out into the open all the time, but it's still part of us. Everybody who's sharing right now, I want you all to know that not only are you in a safe space and surrounded by people who care and who honor the fact that you are being vulnerable with us like this today, but I want you guys all to know that you matter too. When you step away from this chat and go back to whatever it is else that you do when we're not here together, like, I know that this stuff's not just going to go away. You're not going to walk away from this stream and just be like, okay, everything's better, I'm not thinking about that anymore. I want you to know that you still matter. And I want you to know that you're still on my mind. You're still on everybody in the chat's mind. You're still in our hearts. And you've got people who care about you and want you to be okay. And also, you matter enough to take some time for yourself after this experience. Please take some time to self-care. Take some time to readjust or reacclimate, or write something about this experience, or whatever it is that you need to do to get support for yourself, whether that's like talking to a family member, talking to your friend, even just listening to something that like music, like whatever your self-care method is that helps you get through these types of emotions. Please take some time to do so after this stream, okay? And during, if you're able. Mashi, AIM, it stands for AOL Instant Messenger. It is America Online was like the first major dial-up internet provider here in the States, and they developed an instant messenger. So it was called AOL Instant Messenger, or AIM for short. Burritt said, I don't know what to say to them. I know they'll just invalidate me if I speak up, and they'll give me some excuse why they did it, especially the I'm hypersexual because I was abused too excuse, which I've already gotten from them. That doesn't make it okay. So again, I'm not going to speak as someone who knows your life story, but from the context that you've provided us here, this person assumes, like, they know you've experienced abuse, and they seem to be using it as a reason for why it's okay for them to abuse you further. Like, you've already been through it, so what's a little more? Like, that's ridiculous. So, I'm gonna back up a little bit here because I don't want to lose sight of the point. You were talking about how you question the validity of your situation. Like, this whole thing makes you question the validity of your situation. And to add context to that, you're saying, I don't know what to say to them about that validity, because you know that they're going to invalidate you, and you kind of are already prepared to hear what they're going to say, as far as like, what they're going to say to you. I'm hearing you, or I'm seeing you say that they're going to tell you, oh, you're hypersexual because you've already been abused, which is something that you already heard from them before, right? You know, I think, and excuse me for putting my unsolicited opinion on this, I think that their thoughts on the matter, their assessment of the situation, don't matter at all. They are not giving you the time of day to respect your feelings. They're not respecting your history, your situation. They're using your history as a method of justification for subjecting you to further abusive situations that they themselves are putting you into. Like they are causing this. They are doing it. Maybe they're expressing some tendencies that lead them to believe that because they feel justified in it, that you are playing into the situation because you're responding to their advances or whatever. That's manipulation, though. That's coercion, and them making the assessment of this is on you because of how you're responding to the wrongs that they are doing. That is on them. The source of this is them sparking this situation up, them instigating the sexual encounter that you described to us when you first came in, and then them not respecting your boundaries when you tried to use your voice to speak up for what you were uncomfortable with. To me, that person's opinion on what your experience is does not matter. They don't care about it. So why do you care about their assessment of it? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not asking that question to be like, yo, what's wrong with you? I'm asking that question to kind of put that in your head of, you know, try to answer that question. You don't have to care about what they feel about it. You're going to feel it, you know, it's gonna matter. But I'm saying that work through that in the way that you need to work through it. And know in the back of your mind that they are not worth having control over the perception that you have of what's going on. Because your experience, what you're feeling right now, is real. No matter what they say or what they think or anything, that stuff's real. And it happened. You just expressed it here to us. So now there's witnesses that this happened. All of us saw you talk about this. They can delete their messages. They can apologize. They can whatever. It still happened. It was still wrong. And it's still something that affected you in the way that you expressed to us. What they do after that doesn't change any of that. Thanks for the hydration reminder, Mashi. But yeah, what they do after that doesn't change what happened. And the reason why that's important is because I think that, and Jen, Lily, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm just totally out of left field with this, but what I think happens is that the abusers will double back and say they're sorry and like delete the evidence or pretend like it's over and done with and it's in the past for the sake of their own, like validating their own assessment that this wasn't such a big deal and that they need to get over it. And they try to act like you need to feel the same way about it. And that because you are still traumatized by it and you are still greatly affected by it, they are then going to make you feel like you're insane for feeling the way that you do about it because it's over and done with. I know, I apologized already. I'm sorry. Like, look, I'm not doing it again. Like that just wipes all that away. And they expect you to respond to it in that way. They expect you to be on board with, yep, you're right. It's all in the past. It doesn't matter anymore, right? That is why I want to point out that it doesn't matter what they do going forward from here. It does not change the fact that it happened. It does not change the fact that it was wrong. And it doesn't change the fact that they abused you and that you felt the way that you're feeling right now. That will always be true. Even when you get through this and you recover from the experience and you can look back on this as something that you got through, that person will still be in the wrong. They will still have messed up and done something terrible to you. That won't change. They need to understand that and own up to it and accept it. And if they don't, it's not up to you to validate them. Do you see what I'm saying? Again, I'm not telling you what to do or anything like that. I hope it's not coming off as that. I just want to drive this home because I don't want you to feel like, I don't want you to walk away from this and feel like it's your fault and that you're in the wrong when they try to make you feel like what they did wasn't a big deal. I just read the message about the dissociative identity disorder thing. I have heard this. Now, I'm not going to make light of this condition whatsoever because it's real. It absolutely affects people's lives. However, I don't know if this is something that is trending in terms of excuses for people who exhibit this type of behavior, or if it is something that people are actually going through or not. All I know is my experience with this type of situation, and that I have heard another peer, another individual who I mentor in this community come to me with the same type of situation where they were involved in a relationship with the person. The person did something messed up and involved my peer in something that was sexually manipulative. And then after getting called on the carpet for it, they turned around and said, I deal with dissociative identity disorder. I don't even remember like sending that message or sending that information or doing this or that. Which in that person's situation, it turned out to be absolute garbage. It turned out to be nonsense. I am not saying that this is not a possibility, that this isn't something that person could be dealing with. Maybe they do. I don't know them. You would know better than I would for it because you have had more contact with them. You have more experience with them. I'm sharing my experience on this because I am starting to wonder if this is something that, because mental health is a more topical conversation these days, and because mental illnesses and their associated effects and symptoms are more widely, I won't say necessarily understood, although I think they are a little bit more understood than they used to be, but because they are more prominent in conversation, people are more aware of them. I wonder if they are an easier scapegoat now whenever someone finds themselves in a compromising position like this. Again, not saying that that's what's happening because I don't know, but I have to wonder. Said they threaten to kill themselves all the time, and they romanticize suicide, saying that overdosing sounds like such a romantic, fun way to die. They make gore art and submit it in my DMs. I told them I was okay with it, but I wish they would ask. So in that situation, I mean, we just talked about suicidality and things like that earlier in the stream. I think this person needs some support in that aspect of things. Digi, man, thank you so much for the subscription, dude. I appreciate it so very much. Welcome back, man. You came in. I'm just gonna forewarn you right now, man. We're in the middle of some heavy discussion. There's a person in the chat with us talking about some sexual abuse that they experienced. So trigger warning. We're talking about suicidality. We're talking about sexual abuse. We're talking about trauma. So I just want you to come in being prepared for that. Me too, buddy. Me too, man. So, you know, I'm reading some of Burrett's messages here, and I'm trying to add my assessment to the situation. As I said, when someone's talking about suicidality like that, and especially if they're romanticizing it, like, these are warnings that the person, yeah, they're suicidal. I mean, like, the one thing I would have to wonder about is if they have a plan. The reason I feel like it's important to bring that up isn't because I think that this person deserves sympathy for the way that they're abusing you for it. Yes, this person needs support, not from you. After this kind of situation, in my opinion, they need support from a professional. They need support from anybody other than the people that they are hurting in this way. Like, I identify very strongly with folks who deal with suicidal ideation and self-harm. I've been there. I know what that's like, and I know how we act whenever we're faced with those situations, in terms of our cries for help. However, and I have never done this, but even if I had, in absolutely no way, no circumstance, no situation would me going through something like that excuse me doing something like what they did to you to another person. Absolutely not. Not excusable. Not a good reason to do that. It doesn't make it okay at all. And so someone already said it. I think it was Jen. These can be manipulation tactics. Someone trying to gain sympathy after doing something that they did wrong because they don't want to face repercussions for what they've done. They want to gain sympathy to kind of like turn the tables, so to speak. And people do this all the time. In my own experience, just as a bit of disclosure, suffering from various symptoms of mental illness when I've been at my lowest, I have done things that weren't right. I have hurt people I cared about. And after those events would occur, I had tried to do the same thing. And again, like I said, I've never done like this type of abuse, but I have done things that were wrong to people that I care about. And in those moments when I was at my lowest and feeling suicidal and all this and that, like, I would dive into that experience, that suicidality, and being vocal about it in that moment. Yes, I 100% felt suicidal so much in those moments. I felt ashamed of what I'd done. I felt guilty that people who cared about me were being hurt by me. And I knew that it was wrong. I knew that my actions weren't okay. And I just wanted to die because I just couldn't handle it. I couldn't stand that I was a person who hurt people. And that's true, but it still didn't make anything about what I've done in those situations okay. Yes, I had to become a better person. I had to learn to be a decent human being. You know what I mean? And I have to live with those reminders. I have to live with those lessons. And thank God I have never done anything to this kind of caliber where I found myself in an irreversible situation because I did something so drastically terrible. But these are still things that I had to own up to and take responsibility for. this person has to take responsibility for them as well. You don't get free passes just because you're having bad days, bad months, bad weeks. Like, there's explanations and reasons for why a person will behave this way, but they're not excuses. It's important to differentiate the two things. We can understand why someone would do something. That doesn't make it okay just because we can explain it. You know what I mean? This is, see, Recon said negative amplification. It's manipulation tactic, according to Jen, which I agree with. These are ways to control the situation. Yeah. So, you had said earlier, if I heard someone talking like this, the way I am, I would yell at them, get some sense in your damn head. Leave them. You're stronger than that. But now that it's me in this situation, I feel weak, gross, and broken. Furret, I'm gonna be bold here because you just told us that this is something that if you heard someone else talking the way that you are, you would say this to them. This is the only reason I'm saying this, okay? Because I agree with you. So I'm gonna say, Furret, get some sense in your damn head. Leave them because you're stronger than that. Okay? You are. This person is ridiculous. This person is a manipulator, an abuser. They want to spin the situation back on you to make you feel like it's your fault when it's not. You're better than that. You deserve better than that. You are stronger than that. You don't have to continue this cycle with this person. Excuse me for a minute. I just have to collect my thoughts a little bit. I encourage you all to do the same. These are emotionally amplifying situations, for lack of a better phrase. So there's understandably a wave of stress that's going to be going through a lot of us while we're here in this situation right now. Not that it is anyone's fault. It's just how these situations are. So I would invite everyone to, stretch, take some deep breaths, get up, take a break, step away if you need to. If you got something to play with your hands, do that. If you do breathing techniques, do some deep breathing. I just realized I haven't been breathing like I need to be. So I will take my own advice on that. The stuff could be a lot. And again, I don't say that to make you feel like you did something wrong for it. I say that because the reason why it's a lot is because we care. And you didn't deserve this. And the feeling, the emotion here that is being felt, this energy, comes from all of our collective desire to want you to be in a better place, to want you to not have to deal with this person and put up with their crap because you don't deserve it. Where it says, I just need to find that little smidge of the you fucking got this in me, the anger response, the fight response in me, instead of freezing. I don't want to tuck my tail between my legs anymore. I don't want to feel weak. I hate feeling so fucking gross. You fucking got this. You can get the hell out of that. You are strong. You've displayed it time and again in 1 hour being here. Like, you have told us what's going on. You have expressed the conflicting emotions that you're going through. And then you've talked about why. You have been vulnerable and open and honest with people you just met. And you are thinking about this situation in a way that, from what you've told me about your experience before, you have not been thinking about in the past. Yes, you've been recognizing the abuse. Yes, you've recognized that there's something wrong, but what you're doing right now is you're standing up. You're not going to just snap your fingers and you're going to be able to like punch your way out of this, but you are doing the work right now. And by the end of it, you are going to be able to stand up and walk away from it. And I want you to know that everything that you have done just since coming in here and talking with us about this has exhibited strength. All of that took strength. You are showing that you can take control of this situation because you're doing it right now. Right now. I think that many of us here who have experienced this similar type of abuse that you have will agree with me when I say that part of taking control is being vocal. And that's exactly what you're doing right now. Also, I know I missed a couple of your messages earlier about the like sexually speaking about their body and you asking if like they'd hurt themselves and them saying, well, duh. Like this is all stuff that is traumatic for you. And so when you say I just need to vent, I need to feel like I'm not just over exaggerating, I want to add my voice to that validation. You're not over exaggerating. What you're doing, you're not just venting, you're blowing off steam. Venting is just bleh for the sake of bleh. What you're doing right now is purposeful. You're blowing off steam. That's the difference between venting and blowing off steam, because you're saying this to build up your strength. You're saying this so that other people know what you're going through and know why. And so they can validate your experience, because that's what you need right now. Because I think that you've gone through this for a long time, not being validated and hearing people tell you that you invite this upon yourself and that like you think you would have learned. And you need people to be able to see what's going on and hear what you're going through and hear them tell you, you can get through this and you're going to stand up and you're going to walk away. You're going to get out of this situation because you're strong and you're in control. And I'm so proud of you for coming to us with this right now and making the decision to open up and express yourself here. I would be lying if I said I would have expected this today, but I am thankful for it. I know this is a type of thing that can happen here, and I don't think that this is something that has happened here like this yet. And I am so glad that we were here in this moment when you needed people like this, because you deserve it. You deserve to have that kind of support, and we're going to cheer you on. All right. Even when we walk away from this stream, even when this is done, our voices are still there with you. Even if you can't see us, even if you can't hear us, like, we're there. Oh, no worries. No worries. I see. For it, you need one of them SSDs, man. It'll never be slow for you again. Oh, man. DJ said, dude, you are so strong. We're all here for you every step of the way. Jin says you have control. You can fight for yourself. You can do this. Absolutely. Thank you guys for sharing your empowering words too. Yes. I don't even know why that has not crossed my mind during this whole conversation, but CJ is right. Even when we're not live, we have a Discord server that is all about support, all about connection and community. And we have a channel there specifically for talking through the challenging experiences that we're going through. So if you find that this is something that you still want support on going forward, maybe, you know, you need extra, gosh, I'm at a loss for the word I'm trying to find right now, but if you need like a sounding board, you need people to hear you on, you can get that in our Discord server at any time. We're always there. So sorry, I'm just like, I'm in this weird point where I'm like, I'm very self-aware right now, where I feel like I'm promoting in the most inappropriate time. So I'm trying to not make it sound like I am, because I'm not trying to do that. It's a place where you have people that can support you and that want to hear what's going on. They're gonna care about you. So that's what I'm trying to say. But yeah, computer, solid day and a half. Yeah, but it got there, right? It's having a stroke, a keystroke. These dad jokes doing it for you. They're doing it for me. It's okay. We'll be here. An everything stroke. It's having an oofums, as one of my friends would say. Listen, Lily. Listen, all right? You have to appreciate my dad humor. I'm gonna be one day. It's like a life goal. The little computer that could. You can't chugga the little computer that could. What does it do? Beep boop bop, beep boop. Now, I don't know if you're patronizing me or if you're being sincere, Lily. Father Fins. Yeah, whoa. I want to be like, that makes me feel like you need to put on like some robes or something. You need to come out here like this. My children. Never do that. I don't know how pastors do it, man. How do they get up there and speak in such a way? Like, to all these people. I think if I was in that situation, I would just be constantly like, wow. I am so full of myself. Like, every time I walked out there and stood up to that podium. If I was like a priest or a pastor or something like that. Oh, it's even hard to imagine. CJ's got it. That's the sound the computer would make. The little computer that could. It's constantly just trying to connect to AOL. Computer go, no. All right, Lily, I'll trust you. I'll trust that you're being sincere. I'd sit there and be like, God is dead, and I killed him. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. Can you imagine? The church would be in an uproar. Apologies to any spiritual folks out there. We're not trying to trounce all over your religion, okay? It's just jokes. It's just jokes. But oh my goodness. Sensei. I could do that. I could be a sensei. What do I need for that? I need a what do senseis wear? Like a yukata? All hail the Forbidden One. No! Not Exodia! He just played Exodia! That means he wins the world. We're all going to the Shadow Realm now. Zodia. How do you have that emote? How is that emote so perfect? Oh my god. I definitely have sensei hair. If I could grow facial hair to pair with it, you know how epic that would be? I needed a goatee. It could come down that I could like put in like a knot. And then and I guess I need like the beard too, right? That'd be awesome. No, let me do it. Let me do it. Never let me do nothing. Just realized how shiny I am. I think it's hot in here. My goodness. Digi says, new hairstyle idea. I think you can pull off the common samurai hairstyle with the hair tied back. What, the one that has like where the ponytail is like tied high up like this? Can I do that? Wait. I might can do that. There it is. Hold on, I'm doing something. Oh wow, that's harder than I thought. It has to be high. Oh my god. All right. Wait. It's mirrored. I can't see the right side. Here we go. I think that's high enough. Wait, I'm not doing a bun. I'm not doing it. Wait. Why is this so hard?
No. Do not do bun.
Oh, Jesus. That did not have the effect that I thought it did. My hair is so wavy. I can't do it. I can't do the bun. A little too long, I know. I think what it is oh, damn it. Part of it's that I haven't had a haircut in like 2 years. Yeah, it is a little too long. No. It would also have to be like one thing, right? Like if my hair was straighter, it might work a little bit better. But we tried. Did you ban Digi? No. Jin was like, he said hair too long. Ban. Oh no. Oh, poor Digi. He was only trying to help. Oh my god. How did this happen?
Omae wa mo shinderu.
I said the last one wrong. Patience, young one. The goatee must be earned. I think I could work hard for like the next decade and I would never get the goatee. Man, my facial hair does not grow that fast. Digi's coming for you. He's gonna get you. Yeah, of all the people you'd think it would do that, you'd think it'd be Mashi. But no, it was Jin. No offense, Mashi. You're the dark mod, man. Oh man. Where it says, okay, y'all mind if I write something in here for my abuser? I'm trying to write something over before I send it in and dip. Yeah, go for it. Feel free. We'll be here for you. What? I don't know what else to call you, but you can't do that. It's not fair. Makes me want to do one of these. That's what I think of your word ban. Oh, it was Mashi. Oh, should have known. Did that make you jump? I know it's very loud. My apologies. No! No! Now I'm in darkness. Help. Fix me. Son of a... I did leave that on. I forgot about it. And then I was talking about it earlier. And then... Now here we are. Shh. Thank you. Oh, man. Banish to the Shadow Realm. Making fun of my grandpa's deck. No, damn it. How dare you? I'm pausing it. Can't do it no more. All right. Furret is ready to post from the sounds of it. Listen, I have to be here. This is a crucial moment, all right? Hold on. We gotta be there for our new friend. I'm now wondering if I can actually make this a bun. I just remembered what a bun was. That's actually not that hard to do. I was not expecting that. That was funny. Man, the Danny DeVito button. That's good stuff. I wonder if this worked. Hold on. Yes. Oh my gosh, it is working. I've got a tracker that I put together for the button. And it's counting every time we hit the button. That's fantastic. Is it really that loud though? If it is, I think, I don't know, on my end, it sounds like an appropriate level of loud. I can help make it a little bit better though. And it can flick it in the channel moderation settings. It will do that. This is typically a PG-13 stream, so we have like the bot armed and ready. But we should be able to see it, like our moderators should be able to see it. Can you guys do me a solid and post it for me in the Keeper's Camp? This is a situation, I apologize for it. We're underprepared for this situation because this like never happens. Damn, I'm sorry you have to retype all that. If anything, Well, no, whispering it will probably be the best way to handle that. I'll keep this in mind though, for future situations, because this is just a new one for us. Another block term, I guess. I know the message doesn't show up at all when block terms are used. How many block terms do we have, by the way? I haven't checked into those in a while. Maybe we overdid it. It's loud to me when my headphones are up loud, though. Oh, okay. Yeah, and I'm wearing headphones, too. I mean, it's definitely far louder than anything else that I've got going on right now. Let's see. I think I can adjust that. I want to say it gets played through, it's aux, it's played through here. If I turn this down a smidge, turn it down to 75, that bomb should be less insane. No, we 53 block terms. Oh my gosh. It's loud, but it is the button after all. So I feel it's justified. I do too. I do too. But maybe it could be toned down just a little bit. Just a smidge. Since we turned AutoMod off, it doesn't show it there either. That's right, AutoMod is off. So it was literally just that it contained a block term. Oh, well then, so that was just, this was just an exceptional circumstance. We did kind of prepare for something kind of like this. It's Danny DeVito. He deserves the loud. Yes, he does. Listen, I put Danny DeVito explosion there as sort of like a placeholder, but it kind of works, you know? I think we're gonna hang on to him. I like DeVito Boom. Don't need to rename himself into Danny DeVito. Oh! I'm not the only one with dad jokes. Oh man. One of my favorite dad jokes that I am absolutely going to use with my kids was told to me by my mom's boyfriend. Because apparently he used to tell his kids dad jokes all the time. And it goes like, he would come up to him and say, "Dad, make me a sandwich." And he'd go, "Poof, you're a sandwich." Come on. That's a good one. I do too. Boomy Desplosion. You know what? I might have I might have some new music for us. I usually don't notice the, you know you love it, Lil. I usually don't notice the music stand out to me because we're not usually listening to it, the whole album like 3 times. Let's see how this one does us. Get a little more. bit more energy in here. DM it to you because I went very overboard with the typing. Are you okay if I read it out for it? You're making watercolor butterflies. Awesome. You gonna share those with us in the Discord? A lot of cursing. Okay. Do you mind? Because I usually don't swear. Today has been an exceptional day. Do you mind if I omit the curse words with my own words? And you have to excuse me. I'm now trying to bun. A lot of people wear their hair so gosh darn tight all the time. It is marble madness. Okay, wait. Be like this. Did I do it? Did I can't see. I did it. Oh, but that doesn't have the same vibe at all. No, I guess it's still okay. Huh? That's where it stays right now. I don't know how y'all convinced me to do that, but it's not gotten out of my mind since it was mentioned. So there, and now you can't see it at all. Isn't that something? Cameras, am I right? We do have a good vibe going here in the stream, like all the time, don't we? It's good stuff. All right, let me check my whispers real quick. Unless, did it show up? I need to see. I think I have it set to where I can receive whispers from anybody. Yep. Okay. Sorry. I guess I'm being impatient. Oh, Discord DMs. Gotcha. Okay. So here, I'm gonna do something too. Hold on. Whoops. That's not what I was trying to do. This button, there we go. Oh, come on, man. I'm trying to drop this dang thing. There's a method to my madness. Y'all, just give me a sec here. Okay, I think I did it. Let me preview it. I won't say perfect, but that'll work. I'm trying to also protect your Discord anonymity, and maybe maybe it won't matter if you've joined the server, but just in the interest of the stream. Holy crap! All right, I think I did it. Here we go. Here's a message. All right. It says, how effing dare you? How effing dare you assume that you can call me pathetic, a slut, a whore, cowardly? I felt embarrassed. I felt scared. I didn't want to talk about it. Yet you say, do it. Are you scared for being called out for the dirty that you are? That's what he said. It's in quotations. Goes on to say, it makes me sick. It makes me faint. I can't breathe when I think about it. I thought this was normal, and I thought this was all in fun, but this situation makes me want to vomit. You threw me to the pack, shot in the dark, and you expect it to just be okay? Oh, it's okay. I'll delete the messages. That doesn't change the fact that it happened. I wanted to talk about this stuff, but I didn't want to be forced. I didn't want to be pressured. I know I said you gave me a metaphorical arousal when you forcefully spoke to me, and maybe that's because I'm seeking any validation I can get. Do it, you yell. Are you afraid for being called out? You taunt. And then me saying, I feel scared to talk about it. I'm apparently a coward, and confidence is sexy. What if I don't want to be sexy? What if I don't want to be a dom? And what if I don't want to be anything? And you say you saved it to your files. For what? Why? Just because you deleted the messages doesn't mean it's okay, man. Doesn't mean it didn't make me really freaking uncomfortable. And you offer to give me porn for inspiration? And I understand I talk sexual shit too. I know I talked about looking at stuff for inspiration, but I don't need a freaking offer from you. And close to behold. I like that touch. I'm assuming the behold's for me, but although it would be awesome if it was for them too. This is badass. This is badass. Burrit, I am so proud of you. So I omitted words, obviously. I think that they have an appropriate place there considering the situation. And a friend of mine would call them not flavor text, but the expletives here, they add flavor to it, and it needs it. Like this is a message that screams, I am done with this. This is a message that screams, I have power. It's empowering to read. It's empowering to look at. This is a message that I think, especially since we have folks in here who have experienced similar situations to you, I think this is a message that we can all benefit from taking in and seeing, considering your situation. Because this right here is something that so many people who have gone through what you've gone through have a hard time getting themselves to say. It's a voice that is hard to find. And you found it. Again, this is out of character for me because I usually don't. I'm not the cursing type, but I am fucking proud of you for it. Seriously. This is, if you ask me, this is what you should send. Absolutely. I don't even think it needs any adjustment or anything like that. Like, this is everything you talk with us about. This is what, like, these are the assessments that you made on your own. Like, I know that we talked with you through the situation, but like, these are your words. Yeah. That's great. I'm letting it sit for a second. Just take it all in. Yeah, Jen said it. Your voice is strong. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Can we get some hearts in the chat? Let's get some Fence T loves. Let's get some hearts. Let's get some your favorite heart emotes. Get them out there. Show some love and support for Furret here. It's awesome. We got you. When they get this message, it's gonna come in hot like. Whoa! To their announcements channel. First of all, why are they allowed to let other people post in announcements? I don't know. I don't know that I would have done that, but it is absolutely going to get the message across. Can I ask you for it? What and this, I'm not judging you. I just genuinely want to know what your thoughts are. What is posting it in their announcements doing for you? Lost says, there are times to be aggressive, times to be vulgar. This is one of them. Roar. Roar. I'm with you. Hell yeah. Everybody gets to see. You know, put this MF on blast, man. Yep. So, thank you for sharing. And everybody knows that this is important. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I was just about to say, this is something that normally, like, I don't think that my initial assessment of it would have been to, like, if I was in that situation, would be to, like, put it out there like that, because I am usually the type of person that's, like, in situations that can be handled privately. But this is one of those things that, like, if your voice couldn't get any louder than putting this out there and saying this in front of everybody. Like, this is the virtual equivalent of standing up in that family gathering with the abusive boyfriend that's been putting you through hell for the last year and a half and saying, screw you, and here's why. Like, that's incredible. So me saying that isn't what I would have done isn't me saying I think what you did was not the right way to go. That is literally just something that wouldn't have crossed my mind, and I'm impressed. Wow. CJ said, you got this. You can conquer this and come out the other side. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They threatened to leak my personal information, said Furret, if I anger them. So if they're not going to let this be private, then I won't either. Dude. Yeah. Wow. Plus, they harassed me in a public chat, and it's time everybody knows that they screwed up. Excuse me. Yeah. They're trying to drag your name through the mud. You're standing up for yourself. Holy crap. All right, Lil. Good for you. I'm glad you're taking care of yourself. We'll be here for you when you get back, all right? Enjoy your break. Feeding the news. Oh, that's a nice one, man. Yes. You protected yourself. You stood up for yourself. You let them know that you're not going to put up with it anymore. You let everybody else know that they're a person who does things like this. And like, you couldn't have done like a one fell swoop, like a coup de grace any more powerfully, I think, than you did right here with this situation. This is amazing. Listen, chat. What you're witnessing right now, you should remember it. You should think about this. You should talk to people about this. This is important. This is something that doesn't happen. What Fura just did, it takes so much for a person to get to that point on their own. There are so many things to take away from this. One, that a person can do this who is in this situation. That a person who's being manipulated, who's being abused, who like didn't know how to find their voice, could find their voice, could take a stand and take action. And that something like this became more feasible and more like Furret's saying right now, took a lot of encouragement from us and blasting metal music, which I'm assuming you were listening to metal music over there because I know our music wasn't metal. It should be, but DMCA sucks. But this is an example of how a person can find that strength, and an example of how being there for people when they need to talk about what they're going through can have a tremendous impact on them and can result in things like this. Holy crap. Holy crap. I seriously, I can't stress enough what a big freaking deal this is right now, everybody. Like, we all need to think about this situation after we walk away from it. And we need to figure out what it is about it that we're going to tell to other people in terms of how to provide a peer-empowered connection. Because this is, wow. There's a lot of people struggling out there. This is inspiring. Listen, I'm in a good place in my life right now. All right, I can't complain about much, and I'm inspired to be a stronger person from seeing this. I'm inspired to share that strength with other people from seeing this. This is a big damn deal. I've seen a lot of stuff happen here. I have never seen this happen here. It's pretty awesome. They messed up by not standing up for me, and they messed up forcing me. Now they all get to see what I think of them. Feel it now. I feel the petty. What? This is such a big deal though. Like, okay, listen, I usually don't advocate for pettiness. Like, pettiness doesn't really do us any favors in the long run. But I think if there was ever a situation for a person to deserve to feel petty and sort of act on that, it would be this one. Like, you went literally from not recognizing that you were dealing with abuse to thinking this was just normal and this was okay, to questioning it, and then after coming in here to realizing just how wrong it was and then taking a stand on it, and then through that also realizing that the people who have been talking to you about it have just been making you feel like crap for being involved in this situation. And they didn't even stop to think that you didn't realize just how bad the situation was, that you didn't realize how not normal it was, and that it's a traumatic thing that you can't just snap your fingers and get over. Sort of this sort of thing resulting in a petty feeling and trying to like strike back, you're taking your power back. That's appropriate, in my opinion. Wow. Metal's a cure for my problem. I used to say this all the time. Music is my anti-drug. You know? It may as well be the drug of choice, music. I also used to say that about video games, though. Both of them hold true. Video games are also my anti-drug. Man, more abusers. Oh, your story is... It's a rough one. I can't sugarcoat it for it. It's a tough one. And I'm sad that you've dealt with this for so long from so many different people. But damn if I'm not confident that you're going to rise above. And I feel comfortable saying that because of what you just displayed here. This is not a moment where I like want to pity you or feel bad for you or sorry for you or anything like that, because I think this is your moment right now. You're taking it. You made it. You're going to keep making it. I did the fight. Now it's time to turn to flight on, says for it. Time to unfriend everybody I know and let them know that they lost me. I didn't lose them. One thing I will caution on that is, like, if everybody you knew was contributing to the toxic behavior, like I would thank you for the hydration reminder. Welcome back, Lil. Yeah, I could understand considering what you shared. This would be hitting close to home. I hope you're okay. If you know, we're here for you. I know this has been a challenging event to work through and support people through and sort of revisit, because this is, you know, it's opening up old trauma in your life too. And I'm sure there's folks that haven't even, you know, spoken, that they might be feeling the same thing. It opened up something for them too. It's understandable. Keep taking care of yourself and know that you're not alone if you need to, you know, talk about it and get some support too. That's what it's all about. What I wanted to say for it is just that, you know, before I always have this rule of thumb as a person who has a diagnosis that can kind of make me really impulsive at times. I've had a rule that I try to stick to, which is don't make any big decisions while you're emotional. So in your situation, the way I would apply that, if I was you, then you're not me, so you don't have to listen to me. But if I was you, you did a big thing just now, and your emotions are going to be charged up. You're going through a lot right now. You're thinking about it a lot, and you're riding on it, right? That's a good thing. I don't know everything about all your friends, so take what I say with a grain of salt. I would give myself some time to think and revel in the moment and the experience, and sort of let myself find my center. Maybe sleep on it, you know, before making other big decisions, just so that I make sure that I am making ones that I know are right for myself. Again, I don't know your friends. Maybe all the people you're talking about are like, they've all been really like piss poor in your situations. And maybe they haven't really actually been your friends, or maybe they've all sort of just been letting you, go through it and not been supportive of you. But, playing devil's advocate here too, maybe, again, me not knowing, being on the outside, maybe you've had some friends who have been there for you. Just that in this situation, they haven't been able to be there for you in the way that they needed to, for one reason or another. But maybe they weren't people that actually made things worse for you. They just didn't know how to handle it. Again, I'm playing devil's advocate, just offering food for thought. I say this as a person who has straight up just people out before. A mess sometimes. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that love and support. We'll get some welcome commands out there for you. And oh, the account I dipped out of, my OG. This is Furrit. Welcome back. We'll still get welcomes out there for you. You are awesome. You are a rock star. To close off my thought, the thing that I was sharing, I'm saying only because I have burned bridges that I didn't mean to burn in the past, because I was riding emotional highs and I didn't think it through. And then in retrospect, I was like, damn. And, you know, I sort of regretted it a little bit, because maybe some people didn't really deserve that, while a handful of the other people did deserve that. I'm just saying, you know yourself better than I do. You are your own expert. I'm just putting that out there to offer an outside perspective as one who is not experiencing the same emotions that you are right now, even if some of them are similar. I mean, shoot, man, I'm on fire from this. Like, it's awesome. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep tonight thinking about it and stress for a few months, but it's like ridding of the tumor. That's appropriate. And let yourself cry. Work through it. Roll through the emotions. There's nothing like a good cry to help process emotion. That's what tears are there for, you know? And it's okay. I would have too. I would be there too in that situation. I mean, this is huge. This is such a big moment. Like, the weight of it isn't even all gonna sink in until later, I think. And it'll probably keep sinking in as time goes on. I agree with Jen. Crying is totally normal. Definitely make sure to give yourself time to heal. Yeah, because you need to heal from this trauma. And one thing I'll say about trauma is trauma follows you. Trauma is something that we all carry with us. If we've been through a traumatic experience, you don't erase trauma. We don't stuff it under the bed or in the closet and it's gone. We have to carry it, and we get stronger so that we are able to carry it. And then that's with us for the rest of our life. It sounds doom and gloom, but honestly, I put it out there because that's what it is. And I don't want it to be misunderstood that trauma is something that gets erased or that we can escape from. It becomes part of us. It shapes who we are. And in my mind, as a trauma survivor myself, different trauma, mind you, I haven't been through this, but I have been through plenty of other trauma. It is something that in its own right shapes who you are. And we can allow ourselves to use it to shape ourselves into better people in the long run. But it hurts, it's heavy, it's difficult to carry, especially whenever we don't know how to carry it, because we haven't really. We've tried to hide from it. Again, all human things, all understandable things. But it's gonna be okay to experience the weight of that trauma. It's okay to feel its effects and the feelings surrounding that are valid. So embrace the tears, embrace the heartaches, embrace the seeing yourself differently in the mirror at times. Like, I'm not saying you have to be happy with all of it, but take it one step at a time and just work through it as it comes, because it'll come. And at the end of it, or I won't say at the end of it, but on the other side of this most tumultuous part of the storm, you'll still be there. And of course, we're here for you too. I think you've made a powerful impression on a lot of us here. So, I mean, obviously you're welcome to continue sharing your experiences here. You're welcome to keep on returning and, just being a part of the limited liability gamers. That's what we are. We're just a friendly family kind of community here. We look out for each other and try to look out for other people, and also look out for ourselves, because that's really important too. But you got friends in all of us. Oh, I see. All these people are either friends with them, I didn't talk to, etc. I might have blindly went and deleted everybody, but I'm in servers with those who I deleted. They probably or deleted probably and turned a blind eye. I see. Okay. I mean, so I have also done this, and it's been a good thing. I talked to you earlier about how I have cut people out that I didn't mean to cut out. I have also done this like fresh start thing where like all the people, or at least the majority of people that were like in my core group, like I got out of that, cut them out, blocked them, removed myself from their lives, and I was better for it. Because I worked really, really hard, really for a really long time to try and make those relationships work when they weren't working for me. And that was toxic. That was really painful to go through all the time. And the best thing for me was to step away from that kind of environment, find myself a new one, and create a new space for myself. So I support you in that. Be honest with yourself and be true with yourself about what you need during these times of transformation, because they're powerful. And also they give us an opportunity to look at ourselves in ways that we haven't before. I don't know if anybody else here could relate to this, but during these kinds of times of my life, I had been surprised to realize I didn't know myself. And I don't mean that in a sad way in this context. I mean that in a, I didn't even know I was capable of this, or I didn't even know I felt that way, because I had not given myself the time to consider what I felt about a situation, or what I preferred or thought or wanted in my friendships, my relationships, my environment. These are times where sometimes we're confronted with those things for the first time because we're actually giving ourselves the attention. Now, where's the great Edna mode? Go! Confront the problem! Fight! Win! Yes! Love it, man. Beat reminds me of something old school Pharrell would produce for a video game, like Star Trek beat. Man, Digi, I wish that the current song thing worked. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Paris Heller makes some good jams, man. Although I don't think that was the song. I wonder where that's pulling the stream from. Might have been a song called Chonkers. Like Chonkers. Din says, I'm gonna go relax before another crazy work day tomorrow. But I want to say thank you to A Mess Sometimes and Moonlit Lilith for sharing your stories here today and being vulnerable. Lots of love to you. Thank you for sharing your story with us as well, Jen. We really, really appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. These are not easy stories to share. These are not easy experiences to revisit. Yet, in doing so, I think we can have a powerful effect on others as well as ourselves. And I think that it's still emotionally trying, even with the benefits that it comes with. So you deserve some rest. And with that being said, I am going to be getting some rest soon too, chat. I've got a lot to think about. I've got a lot to sleep on, and it's been quite the experience. I feel like I'm a better person for having been a part of it. It's wild stuff, man. A Mess Sometimes says, feel so mentally beat up now, like I exploded, and I'm so tired. That's understandable and to be expected. You built and built and built and built and then climbed and then reached this surge, and yeah, you blew up. You like metamorphosed almost, or like you're like breaking out of the cocoon, you know? And that takes energy, a lot of it. And you got through this battle. I think you owe it to yourself at this point to give yourself some rest, recoup, sleep on the situation too, and see what tomorrow has in store for you. You know what I mean? You've done the hard part for today. I've done this so many times, says a mess. I've restarted a lot, and now it's like, okay, where do I start over at? And you'll find the answer to that, you know? Like, and understand too, this isn't even a thing that you have to start figuring the answer out to today. Like, give yourself some time, be patient with it. And come at it with the perspective of you're a different person than you were before. Like, we're different people tomorrow than we are today. You're different today than you were yesterday. But I think now especially, I mean, I don't know when the last time you restarted was, but I think this restart, you're a different person than you were the last time you restarted. If not only just because of this event that happened today, but I'm sure probably also because of several other things that have happened in your life and that you've gone through since then. So what I'm saying there is have an open mind about it and, you know, go at it with a fresh perspective. Let things be what they are. And try not to judge yourself too much while you're going through it and just see what comes of it, you know? Take what you've learned and you can make yourself a better future. Mashi, 4:14 a.m., dude, that is sleep time, my friend. It's Betty Bye time. All right? Mess says, I feel like I'm a soldier that ran into war, won the battle, but got injured in the process. That's exactly what you did. That's exactly what you did. You know how we were talking earlier in the stream about how abuse is abuse, even if it's not physical? Battles are battles, even if they're not physical. This was a battle. You are a soldier. You went through it. You fought through it. You emerged the other side. And it's an appropriate way to feel about it, considering what you did. You literally just fought. The hardest battles that we will ever fight are fought up here. And that's what this was. You had to fight up here and in here to get to the point where you were able to do what you did. Give yourself some rest. You've earned it. What's my butterfly? Not sure if I like it, but I'm gonna make another one, or to make another one more, I don't know. Lily, I don't know what you said right there, but sounds like you're talking about wanting to post your watercolor butterfly. Would you say, I'm all for it. Post away. We'll check it out. Play some more video games time. Mashi, you're gonna die in a video game, I swear. Like, just sleeping over here for like 4 hours a day. I'm just kidding. That's like the opposite. You sleep for like what? Like 14 hours on average? That messed me up, man. I'll tell you what. I don't know how you do it. CJ said, war injuries suck. I have plenty of my own, but you still made it. Yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know. Listen, Mashi, I felt bad even just saying that. I don't want to think about you dying, man. Like, I don't even know why I said that, but I'm like, I can't answer your question. I love you, dude. Don't go anywhere. 16 hours or longer on it. 16? I was off by 2. That's outrageous. It's outrageous. I would die if I slept for 16 hours on average. I don't know how I would function. Oh, man. My friends, thank you so much for an absolutely incredible time today. There were a lot of good times. There were laughs. There were fun moments. There were cheers. There was, man, tears and heartache and hurt and inspiring action and amazing support This was, put it in perspective, 5 hours and 19 minutes of us just doing what we do. Just coming together, supporting one another where they're at, walking beside each other, and spreading that love. That's what it's all about. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Thank you so much for doing it. Today is an eventful day for a lot of reasons, and I would encourage each and every one of you to walk away from this experience and think on it, you know? Like I said earlier,
May
put-
your
put
heart
some
be
thought
your
into it.
guiding key.
May your heart be your guiding key. Absolutely. Think on this experience, commit it up here, because I think it's going to serve a lot of us in the future in ways that we probably can't even think of right now. This is a big day. Awesome. A mess. I read your name as awesome because it looks like that, like if the M was flipped upside down. I have a little, I don't know. It looked like awesome to me when I first looked at it, but a mess sometimes. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you for being here and for allowing us to be there for you and for being there for yourself, because we might have given some encouragement and heard your story, but you did all the work. I'm proud of you. I think a lot of us here are too. Everybody out there in the chat right now, I'm proud of you too. You guys really stepped up today, whether you were hanging out with us and like listening in, providing moral support, because you don't have to say anything always to provide support, just being there. I felt you, felt that energy. Thank you so much for bringing it and lending it to us today. Those of you who shared your stories, Jen, Lily, Lost, and anybody else that I might have missed, I'm sorry right now. My brain's a little fuzzy, but I appreciate so much you coming in and doing that. You really embody the spirit of the share your story, be part of ours mantra this community is known for and is all about. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys. New subs, DigiDC. Thanks, man. Appreciate that sub love. That was awesome. And you came in at quite the time, didn't you? Had to hit us with your fat Exodia stacks, man. I appreciate it. Everyone is a part of this stuff everyone was a part of this thing that happened today. It was really cool. Yeah. Don't know what else to say about it other than it's amazing. And I'm happy to have been here for it. So, those of you guys who are expecting a stream on Thursday, it's not happening. I know, but it's Thursday, right? It's when we always stream. Yeah, but it's Turkey Day, guys. It's Thanksgiving. So as disappointed as you all are, we will be streaming tomorrow instead. So I'll see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. For another Pins TV stream. And tomorrow, we're going to be playing Nier Replicant. All right? And just to give you a little bit of preparation, we will be starting Route B. So that's going to be the second playthrough of Nier Replicant. We finished Route A during the last stream. And Route B is going to let us experience Kaine's story. Woo woo! It's going to be awesome. Really looking forward to that. We'll also have a new question of the day. And we'll see where the day takes us from there. You know? It's going to be a good one, though. I know it. So I look forward to seeing you all there. Let's figure out who we're gonna raid real quick. All right, let's see who's live. I didn't even take a look. Let's see, man. Prince is live. Turkey's live. Ooh, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do here? Rob's live. We got all kinds of folks that are on right now. Holy smokes. Why don't we go? We're gonna show Turkey some love today. Let's go do that. Yeah. Wednesday instead of Thursday. It'll be good. You don't have to apologize, Mess. Don't even worry about it, man. Good for you for going and taking your meds and remembering to do that and all this wacky stuff that's happened today. You know? You don't know this, but I am a certified peer specialist. So, you know, I've worked out in the field literally supporting people with disabilities, mental illness, co-occurring disorders like substance abuse, stuff like that too. And I'll tell you, most people that go through something like this don't even remember about their meds. So I'm proud of you for remembering to take them and keeping up with that. It's part of your self-care too. Yeah, so Mashi said that we're gonna have a viewer question of the day tomorrow. He's right. So if you don't know, in our Discord, you can actually post a question of the day in the viewer QOD's channel. And I always review them each week because I pull one to feature each week. So you can get your chance to have a question of the day featured on the stream. I'll give you credit and everything for it. It's awesome. Thanks for pointing that out, Mashi. So yeah, we're getting ready to go and raid to Turkey. Did it work? Did it do the thing? Listen, man. Don't give me no sass. It's giving me sass. Here, I'm just gonna do it this way. Turkey. Bam, there we go. Turkey is a good dude. Last time I was in there in his channel, he was playing some Zelda. But he is a dude that I got to meet at the very first TwitchCon I ever went to. I met him alongside King Scyther, who a lot of you guys know, and I also met him alongside Joss and I'm forgetting his name right now. Forgive me. There was another guy. I like him. He's a good dude too. Crowboat. That's who it. Crowboat. He was there too. Got to meet all of them at the same time. Turkey's a nice guy. I think you guys will like him. So we get the raid call in there for you. Bam. Go ahead and copy pasta this guy right here. The last half of it after the semicolon. When we pop in there, we'll show him some love and support. Make sure that he keeps his head up and his heart strong through what he's going through. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much again for being here. If I don't get to see you tomorrow, have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and I will see you guys again on Saturday, hopefully. But until then, keep your heads up, keep your heart strong. We'll see you next time on the fence. Let's get to raiding.